on my phone, but it would probably die.
Well, if you can plug it in, or you want to plug it in, because if you can moderate some stuff.
Yeah, I'll have to.
Because I get some. Hey Anna, how's it going? It's good to meet you. I don't know how to exactly add you as a moderator though, but I think you can go and actually follow through everything. Oops, I can't spell today. We are running out of pilots. I got to find out if I'm working properly. You probably have to leave the room to check so we don't have an echo. Let's try to test this thing. Let's see. Hey, Messi. How's it going? Hey, Aviation Adventures. Good, an aviation guy. Thank you for coming by. How's everybody's night so far? I'm going to be... Bryce, thanks for coming on. How's my sound going? How's everything? Can you guys hear me okay? I had a little issue earlier trying to do the mic, so if it's having issues, I need to know. Of course, this is here because we're running out of pilots, and we need more pilots. I don't know why my printer is making noise now. That's funny, but all right. So the big thing for this, I'm doing lessons for Bryce. He's one of the guys who's here in this chat. He's learning how to become a pilot. He kind of works with me as the company that I'm in. He's actually here today, kind of because he was getting distracted by all this stuff that's going on. I had last time I streamed and stuff what's going on, but thanks for coming by, Peter. Just as a heads up, everybody, I'm just doing free lessons on how to fly helicopters. We're running out of helicopter pilots, so we kind of need that. And then, but the goal that I have is to make the lessons free. So I'm trying to find a way that I can teach everybody, but not incur any kind of big costs to anybody else too. So welcome. Hopefully you guys stick around. If Bryce doesn't make a lot of noise and break my stuff in my office, we'll be in better shape. There's a book that I recommend called the Helicopter Pilot Handbook, or the Helicopter Flying Handbook. Geez, it's actually the Helicopter Flying Handbook, isn't it? Mm-hmm. It's the Helicopter Flying Handbook. I just had to print something up because my handwriting sucks, and I needed to get something that would actually allow people to actually do anything. Hi, Jackson. It's good to meet you. We're starting to get some people moving along. Hey, Allison. And then ultimately, let's see if I can get some people to come on over. No. We had some people who were interested one time. He had some good questions. Everything else. I'm going to be trying to do these lives more regularly. This is an opportunity for you guys to answer any or ask any questions that are specific about helicopters. Again, I'm trying to make the lessons free so that there's no cost to anybody. I'm going to put everything I have on YouTube. I started flying 20 years ago, and so everything that I've learned in the aviation industry, everything that's essentially happening in my life, I've come to find some better ways to kind of teach things and everything else. So I use a lot of analogies. Welcome, Connor. There's a lot of people going into this, and hopefully they'll kind of stick around. This is free lessons from a helicopter pilot from 20 years. And then on top of that, I was prior military, all that kind of stuff. I am going to be just trying to start the lessons because Bryce is kind of my number one student right now. Not because he's the best, but because he's actually actively trying to learn how to fly. And we need people like Bryce that actually are interested because this industry is running out of pilots. So we're trying to do that. So most of the lessons that we covered are going to be from the Helicopter Flying Handbook. Not, I should say flying. I need to change that. Flying. I don't say pilot, but ultimately, some of the lessons we already covered, I'll probably post that onto YouTube, and then I'm going to, I don't even know, I found out today that I can actually download my lives so that I can actually share the things so I can do it. The last lesson, just as a recap, we talked about really the elements of the lift equation. The lift equation is actually one of the most important aspects. I love it. It's going to be helpful for a lot of things that we're actually going to be talking about later. A helicopter essentially has to basically fight gravity the whole time. So gravity is always pulling against us, so a helicopter essentially has to fight gravity. Gravity, which is the force that's pulling us down to the earth because we have mass. And then somebody just texted me asking where, oh, he can't, one of my friends came, oh geez, he's a DPE too, geez. So I'm just getting text right now from a DPE called, his name's Forrest Crawford. So that's fun. Okay, so now I'm getting noticed by people. Anyways, we'll see. But gravity is actually something we have to fight. If we don't fight gravity, we don't win. Gravity always wins. So we fight gravity with lift. Lift is essentially a force, and maybe Bryce remembers there's two things that are creating that lift or helping. One of them does that, and the other one is that. You remember what it is, Bryce? Anything? Let's see if you can actually come up with an answer. Come on close. Hey, Don Lee Morris. Good to meet you. Oh, you're liking us. Wow, geez, thank you so much. Yawning. Okay, great. I just barely started. If you have me, I could do a lot of things to keep you interested there, ants, but geez, I just barely started. For the most part. You can go by, that's totally fine, but there's some people that are going to find this kind of fun. The two things, do we know what the two things are for the creation of lift?
Velocity.
It's part of it. So we've got Bernoulli's principle, which is dealing with velocity, and then we have essentially Newton's third law. That's not what I thought it was called. All right, age requirements. I will get to that a little bit. There's really, you can start early. You can actually get a simulator, like a VR headset and some Microsoft stuff to actually learn how to fly. And then you have to be at least 16 years old to be able to get a private pilot's license. And then you have to be 18 to get a commercial license. And it's really just the, you can get a heads up and start soloing a lot earlier and everything too. Thanks for the follow. So Newton's third law, and then Bernoulli's is what we talked about a lot yesterday, and that creates our lift. So lift is a vacuum, it sucks us up to the sky. That's why I'm the suckiest man alive, because essentially the suckiest man alive creates a lot of lift all day long. I actually flew twice today and sucked all day long, yeah, so that's kind of fun. But lift is kind of important. Bernoulli's principle is kind of important. Oh no, Forrest came on. He's the deep E. I saw your text, Forrest. I'm going to pause for a second and hide myself. How are you doing, Forrest? You there? I'm in St. Louis still. Where are you at? Let's see if he gets some message. I'm not going to be able to respond because I'm actually live, trying to teach these kind of things. Is he hiding too? Yeah, all good. Keep it up. Okay. So you're aware, Forrest, I'm at Heli Inc. So I've been the basically the training director over here. So I've been working with them, basically overhauling their entire training program and stuff. So I kind of got a better gig, I think, a little bit more in tune with what I want to do. Plus, I've got students that I've been trying to teach. I've had some students for a while. I'm actually going to fly this week with Paul. Bryce is one of the students that I have, and we're trying to essentially kind of get that. Cost to learn is kind of a tricky situation. Bryce would actually tell you a little bit if he texts you and stuff. There's ways to save money. This is one way to save money. I'm going to save you money by doing free lessons on here. We're running out of pilots. The helicopter industry is having a decrease. We're seeing it all across the board, especially in the higher levels. So what we're trying to do is essentially, or at least I'm trying to do, is mitigate that. We're getting a lot of pilots that are now less and less hours. And what I'm trying to do is kind of reduce the costs and also get some interest in people into it. Helicopters are jumped out, that's awesome though. To be honest, that's actually way more fun to jump out of a helicopter. No, it's actually not, because we actually take you up there and get the view and everything too. But that's awesome. Flying, learning how to fly them and stuff, I would definitely, the reason that I have this channel here so that I can have these lessons and stuff. So if you want to learn how to fly them, start by following me so I can you're going to see all the lessons that I have. I have some really basic lessons out there. I'm trying to add all the lessons onto YouTube, so everything is going to be there. The goal that I have for tonight, I know a lot of people are going to have a lot of questions. I got a student here, so we're going to try to go through all the lessons the next lessons and stuff, so we can kind of progress him. My goal is to get him to be able to hover in the first hour. So I've been teaching for 20 years, and I actually came across a really cool little trick that actually works to help somebody like hover in the first hour. And most people are actually a little bit surprised, because it takes usually a couple of hours, like 4 to 5 hours, just to hover. Well, I had a student that hovered in the first hour, and I figured out exactly how that happened. I repeated it a couple times, and some pretty amazing effect. But in order to get ready to hover, the first thing that I'm trying to do is teach the lessons so that he can understand the behavior of the aircraft. If you understand behavior of the aircraft, you can actually do that. If fixed wing is not required first, you don't actually have to have fixed wing at all. You can actually do it yourself. It doesn't require any prior knowledge really, but I can teach you all the stuff that you're trying to do, and then you can just become a helicopter pilot, and hopefully in 20 years you're kind of taking my job or something. That would be great. Bryce is probably actually anxious to get to my job, but we're running out of pilots, so we're going to go through some lessons tonight. The goal is to go through the lessons that are going to help understand behavior of the aircraft, so that we can kind of predict what's going to happen, and then everything else. For those who missed some of the stuff from yesterday and from the live stream that I did yesterday, I am going to try to post that actual video on YouTube. But if you want lessons started from scratch and you want me to go live with you directly to go through anything you guys have questions about, I'm more than happy to do that. But this is mostly for Bryce, for the progress we're trying to do. I recommend the helicopter. He ain't no dang pilot. I've been flying for 20 years. I've got way more hours. He's a stay-at-home mom. I hope that I get to that point. If I can get to the point of a stay-at-home mom, that's my dream, man. I'll tell you, oh man, that would be so great. I just get home and stay home, and I can eat anything that I want, and I can watch TV and go through TikTok. Yeah, I would love to be a stay-at-home mom. I can't get to that. I have to find somebody that actually can get to that point. If I was to be a stay-at-home mom, I got to find somebody who's the cash cow and all that kind of stuff. So I got to, that's a little hard to do. I wish. That's like the ultimate goal. You made it, or who made it? Defend Texas made it. So do you remember your flight trainer, a guy named Gary? I have Gary. I have a couple of other people. So the biggest person I reckon, or basically count for most of my success, is Brian Peterson. Brian Peterson actually is somebody who opened his own flight school in Utah Helicopters, and he is quite literally one of my favorite guys, because he taught me pretty much the basics and everything too. But there's a couple Garys that have been out there, and then so I'm going to try to get these lessons kind of started. We did try to start this live, and so I'm glad that people are coming around, at least showing some interest. Highly recommend the helicopter flying. I got to do that. I don't know how. I just was trying to get something easy because my handwriting sucks. But the last time we were talking about the lift equation, we were talking about how we fight gravity. We're talking about essentially how the helicopter hovers a little bit. And then kind of some of the things that are there. So are you wanting to helicopter around your kids? That's not necessarily good. I don't think anybody wants to helicopter anybody. Like a helicopter dad kind of thing. I'm sure that would be kind of good. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit today about some of the things that we have to kind of deal with when we're in hover and everything else. Just so you guys are, if you have just barely got on, and this is just a reminder for Bryce, helicopters hover like they're drunk people. So when helicopters are hovering, they just kind of wobble, they kind of move a little bit, the wind's kind of shifting around, and then ultimately when they start to lean, that's actually when they start to move. So if they start to lean, they start to pick up speed. We try to essentially keep the aircraft from leaning too much so that we end up flying and then getting away from the ground a little bit too quick. We kind of manage those kind of things. But sometimes we actually want the helicopter to lean in order to go. And so, I don't know what's for supper. I didn't eat. I ate some lunch and I'm probably eating supper later. I don't know. Last time I actually had a really late dinner and luckily I went to the gym, so. All right, I got to get to the task. Bryce knows this is probably the hardest thing to do with this thing. But at least, you know, I'm on here. You guys can kind of see what's going on. All right, so I'm going to talk about a little bit of something called dissymmetry lift. Dissymmetry lift is kind of a bigger, important thing. The helicopter blades are trying to fight gravity. If the helicopter itself, if that weighs or has weight of 4,450 pounds, which is the max gross weight of a Bell Long Ranger, and if you can answer some of these questions, Bryce, that people are asking about can I learn how to fly? I know it's distracting, geez. I'll get to those questions, you know. That's your question. Isn't that your question?
No, I answered the question.
Oh, you can learn to, yeah, okay. I read that wrong. All right, good. Jeez. Let's get task saturated here. All right, let's go. But the weight of the helicopter is what we're trying to fight. And so we're trying to create a number of lift. We have to actually create at least 1 pound of lift in order to fight gravity. And so we have to have our lift actually equal 4,451 pounds in order for us to actually get off the ground and actually start flying and be able to get a little bit farther away from the ground. The more vacuum we create, we can actually suck ourselves a little faster and actually get a little bit more of a climb. So each individual blade has to create this lift. So if I'm looking from above, I have 2 blades on my helicopter. Where did it go? Okay, I'm really losing my mind here. So I have 2 blades. They both have to share the load. So each blade has to create lift to basically come together as a total to get us off the ground and fight gravity. So if we divide that by 2, let's make that easy. I'm going to make that 2 pounds. I'll just make it an extra 2 pounds. Just math is definitely harder today. 26. So each blade has to do 2,226 pounds of lift to basically get the helicopter off the ground. So if I have 4 blades, then essentially 4 blades would share the load. Bell 407 goes to 5,250, so all those blades have to do it. The area of the blades are what kind of matters. So we got the length times the width to be able to actually determine the area of the blades. The velocity of the blades that we're talking about is not the velocity of the actual spin. It's the velocity of the air that's actually going over the airfoil itself. And then, of course, the coefficient of lift is the angle of attack. And then this is air velocity. I can't spell velocity. Every pilot is slightly dyslexic. Now you know. No, we always say go left, but the other left. Velocity. So, but the air velocity that's actually going over the blade matters and stuff. So each blade has to do its part. 2, 2, 2, 6 pounds. 2, 2, 2, 6 pounds. So let's just say that each blade has to perform essentially its own lift equation. So we're going to do 1/2 times coefficient of lift, area, velocity squared, and then little p is basically the density of the air. So each blade is doing 1/2 times coefficient of lift times area times velocity squared times little p. It's a weird p. It's not actually a p, but I don't know. I actually don't really know what that is. I've just seen it forever. But that means air density. I probably should research that just to know. But anyway, every single blade has to actually create or do that much lift in order to fight gravity. If they don't do that, then essentially the gravity's going to win. Gravity always wins no matter how we go. So we're just fighting gravity the whole time. A lot of times there's a analogy that people say that, what does it mean? Rho. How the heck am I supposed to remember rho? How? It's a Greek letter for rho. Okay, so anyways, it's rho. Thank you. It's for the air density. There is a really good way to find out information, that's Google. Here's another thing I should also mention. Everything is available right now on YouTube and on Google, and there's also some books. If you get the helicopter flying handbook, you can actually learn how to do all the ground or have all the ground yourself just by going through that book and then Googling those topics or going through YouTube. My goal is to make it so that people understand how to cut costs, free lessons and kind of stuff, but there's so much free stuff that's out there, so I recommend that you utilize the free stuff when you're there. Thank you, Bryce, for giving me a little bit. Yeah, so each blade has to create this much. If I had 4 blades, I'd divide that by 4, and I would basically, that's how much lift I actually have to do. When you're sitting on the ground, or basically you don't have, if let's say you don't have any wind at all, then when the blades are spinning, that's basically the creation of the air velocity that's happening. So the blades are spinning, they're spinning together, and they're spinning at the exact same rate. So if I'm at a hover, the blades are basically spinning at an RPM of roughly about 400 feet per minute. So let's just say they're doing 400 feet per minute. Feet per minute. That's how it goes. 400 feet per minute. So the blades are spinning together. They're spinning the same velocity. So the airflow that's going over the blades is exactly the same. So if the airflow is going exactly the same, there's no difference that's happening. So the area of the blades is the exact same thing because these are identical blades. These are just basically the same exact blades. They're just, 2 of them. So the area stays the same. So the area is going to stay the same no matter how we deal with anything, unless we get ice or one blade gets damaged or there's a couple of aerodynamics that can occur to make that area different. But for the most part, in a hover, the area is going to be the same. The area of the blades is typically the same. Now, the coefficient of lift is the angle of attack. The angle of attack is an aerodynamic angle. It's not something that we can actually create and guarantee that we have. It is essentially something we hope that we get when we pull up on the collective and we increase the pitch of the blades. So we talked a little bit yesterday about how pulling up on the collective changes the mechanical angle of the blades. That we can only control the pitch angle of the blades. We can't control angle of attack. It's just kind of an aerodynamic force or an aerodynamic fluid or angle that's actually happening because of all sorts of things that are happening too. So the coefficient of lift is kind of the angle of attack. So there's our A for the angle of attack. If there is any movement of the helicopter or any wind that's happening, that's going to affect certain things. It's kind of like going upstream and downstream if you're in a boat. If I'm going downstream with wind, then essentially the water can travel with me and it's going to change everything. If I'm going upstream and I'm actually driving the boat upstream, then there's actually more water flowing past me as I'm going upstream. So this is called dissymmetry of lift. So dissymmetry of lift, I can't spell that. I'm not going to even try because I'm totally being dyslexic tonight. Dissymmetry of lift. Dissymmetry of lift is something we always have to to kind of deal with, and it's actually one of the reasons that we have a speed limit of sorts. It's called a velocity never to exceed in a helicopter. We can't go as fast as a jet. We don't have the ability to go as fast as a jet, but we do have the ability to land anywhere, which is the cool part of everything. But dissymmetry of lift is the reason why that we can't go super fast. But the blades still have to create enough lift to keep us off the ground. So there's a lot of things that are changing or interacting in order to keep the blades essentially producing that total amount of lift. They're not always going to work the same. And so the velocity of the blades will be different because of wind. So let's say the helicopter is either moving forward. Easy Drifter is a great instructor. Watch a ton. Yes, there's a lot of stuff, and if you can get it for free, that's the best way to do it. Anybody out there that gives free lessons is a good person. So, but the helicopter moving forward or the wind's coming over, let's say there's 50 knots of wind, just because the math will be easier for this kind of stuff. The 50 knots of wind is going to change how each blade is basically helping us to create this total lift. That 50 knots is going to change the actual air velocity that's going over each individual blade. It's going to be actually different. That 50 knots, because this blade is going this way into the wind, let's say the wind is going there. So let's say the wind's coming in, hitting there, 50 knots. The blade that's going this way, we call it an advancing blade because it's advancing essentially into the wind. It's going like a boat going upstream. This one we call a retreating blade. The retreating blade is going essentially the opposite direction of, or with the flow itself. It's going down the river itself. I totally recommend that you go online and actually Google some rivers and see like boats and everything else like that, or go on YouTube. I wish that I could show the videos easily on here, but I don't know if it can get flagged. I would highly recommend that Bryce, when you get on to see kind of some stuff. I'll recommend. What I'm trying to do is actually pull a couple of videos for everything else. But ultimately, there's some great videos that show airflow over in a river, because we're essentially a what's the word? We're in an ocean of air. We're flying in a fluid. So the sky that we're in is actually the ocean of air, and everyone is a crab. We're stuck here on the ground. If you don't want to be a crab, then try to fly helicopters or airplanes. We can try to be fish like the things, but let's get back to this a little bit. So the 50 knots of wind is going to change this dynamic. It's going to change how things are going, because one blade is going to be into the wind, an advancing blade, and one blade is going to go again like opposite of the wind or with the wind, and that's the retreating blade. So this is going to change the air velocity for each individual blade. So this one is going to have that added to it. So now it's going to be 400 feet per minute of airflow that's going over that blade. So this is my way of teaching how to visualize that. The V gets bigger. So the velocity is bigger on this one. This one's going to lose it because this one's going in the opposite section. Check out the YouTube. Yeah, thank you. I thought that was it. I got so much stuff I got to still add to that, though. It's going to take me a decade to get all the information I have in my brain out to some stuff.
That's why I said will be. It's future tense.
Yes. Very future. Okay. So the retreating blade is going to have the opposite effect, or have the different type of effect. It is going to lose the speed, so now it's only 350 feet per minute. So the velocity is getting a little bit smaller. But these both have to take the load. Both blades actually have to create the total lift that we're trying to produce. So in order to create that 4,452 pounds of lift, we have to change something in the blades in order for it to actually do it. So we cannot change the area of the blades. We can't make the blades longer. We can't make the blades wider. They're just the way they are. They're the same on every side. We can't change the air density because unless one blade is like 1,000 feet off the ground, there's no real difference in air density of the blade. So we can't change the air density. We can't change the area. So the only thing that we can change is the coefficient of lift, or the angle of attack. Pitch. Are you asking about pitch? As far as we change the pitch, but we're hoping to get the angle of attack that's required for us to do this. Can you elaborate about your, is that a question about pitch? We change the pitch. We're hoping to change the angle of attack with that pitch, if that's what you're trying to say. Yes, my helicopter pilots suck. I'm going to be in, you're going to see. There's a lot of stuff. We don't change the pitch though, Josh, because, I should say, we change the pitch, but it's a little more complicated than just using the collective and things like that. We actually, the blades are designed to create a change in pitch. But the goal, though, when we're changing pitch, is to change the angle of attack, not necessarily just pitch. Does that make sense, Josh? Any questions? Josh, hey, Don. Yes, okay. I just want you to be clear that the angle of attack is aerodynamic. We can't control it, but we hope we can get it. It's not something that we can specifically say, we've got the angle. It's not going to be that way. We can change the pitch. We can definitely change the mechanical angle of the blades, but we're not necessarily guaranteed to have the angle of attack. Now remember, there's an angle of attack that gets too much. We call that a critical angle of attack. So when the blade's going through the air, it's flat like that, it's not too hard. But when it's going through the air like that, that becomes a problem. So we can actually reach a critical angle of attack. And this causes that retreating blade to start to stall. But I'll get to that in a second because that's retreating blade stall. But the aircraft essentially can fly at about 100, let's say 105 knots pretty consistently. The Bell 206 will fly at about 100 knots pretty consistently. So this is right now, we're sitting at about 50 knots and stuff. It can actually go up to 130 knots before it actually has any issues. But in most cases, you don't have the power to actually go that fast because it's a vacuum and we're trying to create a vacuum, and then we're running out of torque because the torque's required to push the blades, and it's a little harder to do when it's getting a little bit higher pitch angle. But ultimately, our goal is to still create this total amount of lift. So we do have to change the angle of attack. So this angle on this side has to get a little bit smaller. This angle of attack on the retreating side has to get bigger. So the angle of attack is going to be bigger on this side and smaller on this side, on the advancing side, to kind of equalize everything. Because the blades themselves have to be individually creating the lift that's necessary to get that total lift. Do you have any questions so far, Bryce? You're giving me a thumbs up, but I'm going to be testing you on your check ride prep to find out if you actually understand what I mean. But the angle of attack is changing on the blades. We have the advancing blade that's losing a little bit of the angle of attack, and then we have the retreating blade that's getting a bigger angle of attack. The way this happens is something called flapping. So it's flapping like a bird. The aircraft essentially, the blades themselves have a design to allow the blades to flap in order to compensate and actually change that angle of attack. Yesterday we talked about an induced flow and the transverse flow and how that kind of interacts with everything. If the transverse flow is coming from below, that's going to increase your angle of attack. If the transverse flow is coming from above, or even the induced flow is coming from above, that's going to change your angle of attack as well. So the flapping is going to change the dynamics. One's flapping up, and the other one's flapping down at the opposite side. So they will flap just like a teeter-totter, like that. So one's flapping up, so the advancing blade flaps up, and that means that the airflow comes from more upward, and the other one is flapping down, and that's going to change the resultant relative wind. So the resultant relative wind, in that chord line, you get your angle of attack. So that's the basics of dissymmetry of lift. Everybody needs pilots. Everybody needs pilots. The whole world essentially needs pilots. There's pilots essentially doing jobs all over the world. So if anybody is actually really trying to get into it, there's jobs everywhere. What type of aircraft you get into matters to the jobs that you have, but we do need pilots over there. Over here. Over there. Yes. I read your question at the same time. Is there any questions before I continue? Is there anything that anybody doesn't understand about this? Incentive to get outpaid. I've been waiting to, okay. Wish there was an incentive to get outpaid. Okay, so the incentive could be that you charge, this is one thing I recommended for Bryce, is that he shares all his lessons and records all that kind of stuff, because he could get TikTok famous too. There's a guy out there that's landing all over the place in St. Louis area, and he just makes money off of TikTok. So there's ways to make money to get paid as a pilot. I get paid pretty well just because of my job itself, but I love teaching, and so that's kind of what I do. It costs money based on the fact that most schools don't tell you how to make it cheaper. So the biggest thing is in this industry, it's business. A lot of times people are actually trying to make the money and stuff, but ultimately I'm going to make it hopefully cheaper by giving the free lessons. And then what I'm hoping to do, Josh, is kind of reduce how you go through your training and make it more efficient if you actually pay some money to actually do it. There are ways to make things more efficient. There are actually ways to make the training go a lot smoother and things like that. So if there is there any questions on dissymmetry of lift? Any questions on that? Anybody? Because that's what we're pretty much talking about. I need to bring this higher. I love the lift equation. People don't talk about it enough. But I use it for everything. So I'm going to write it up here so I can actually see everything. 1/2 times the coefficient of lift times area times velocity squared times the density of the air, rho, which you found out a new word. Thanks. I'm trying to do something because I'm not going to live forever, and I got to pass on some information. So 4,452 pounds. Is what we're trying to, that's our goal. That's what we need to, this is what we need to do. This is our goal. The goal is to create that much lift. So I am only rotor wing. I do not like airplanes because I don't like taxiing on the ground. I like just taking off and going wherever I want to go. I have done airplanes in the past and it was boring as hell. So, but fixed wings can get you a lot faster. You can go a lot faster to somewhere. I just personally like landing on buildings and landing on rooftops and landing pretty much anywhere for that kind of stuff. So, but it's so much more fun. Helicopters can get basically, we don't, there's the saying out there from, you know, Back to the Future, where we go and we don't need roads. It is quite literally helicopters. Man, I've been everywhere. There are so many cool videos out there of people landing at the beach, landing on like desert islands in the middle of the Pacific or Atlantic and all these places. And I've seen some crazy places that people have gone. You can't get there with an airplane. So airplanes are not that cool. Plus, I think helicopters are safer because they actually fall like they have a parachute on when they have an auto rotation. So it's actually kind of cool. Nobody has any lesson questions, right? So we're talking about the dissymmetry of lift. So let's talk about the dissymmetry of lift in regards to when the air velocity starts to increase. So if there's more wind coming over here, let's say now it is getting to 135. Nah, that's too much. I can't do that math. I can't do the math off of 400. Let's say it's 140 knots. We're past our V&E of the aircraft. The V&E for the Bell 206 is 130 knots. But we're going too fast for that. So now we're doing some math again, and you're gonna bear with me so I don't have a calculator, but we're doing 400. This one's going to get another 140 knots. So now it's gonna be 540 knots, feet per minute. So 540 knots, feet per minute is the airflow that's going on over on this advancing side. The retreating side is now basically losing that. So I'm gonna have to do the math again. So 140, so we're looking at 60. And then we're looking at 260 feet per minute. I had to be confident about that before I wrote it up there. I've been working all day, so I'm kind of tired. Math is not always the funnest thing. I was an engineer before I actually started this, or actually was trying to do it. Calculus 2 just kicked my ass, excuse my language, kicked my butt, and essentially I was like, I don't like math. But math is cool in this because it's physics and all that kind of stuff. But now this retreating blade is going at 260 feet per minute. That's the velocity of the air that's going over top of the blade. What has to happen to compensate for that? What's got to change? We can't change the angle or the area. We can't change the density of the air. So we have only one thing we can change. So now we have to change the angle of attack. So this one gets tiny, tiny, tiny. And this one gets really, really big. Well, there's a point where that angle of attack getting too big, it becomes a huge problem because what we get is what's called a stall. Now the blade that's going through the air isn't just going through the air flat like this. It is now going through the air like that. And so you're getting essentially a stall. There are some amazing videos, excuse me. There's some amazing videos that show the stall on a wing, or basically the stall that's happening on airfoils. So I dare to recommend going on YouTube and actually looking at the stall for an airfoil, because they actually have done things in wind tunnels and they have smoke that they use and they can actually kind of see it. The blades are stalling, when it gets to a critical angle of attack, the airflow is basically, it cannot connect. It has too much drag in it. It's not able, the blades they're not able to actually go through the air too much. And then when this starts to stall, it starts off at the closest to the tip, and then starts to move inward to the actual hub of the blades. So this stall starts in, and then you start getting a thing that's called retreating blade stall. So retreating blade stall occurs because we did something wrong. We went too fast. We essentially got to a point where that flapping that's occurring is, the blades are literally like this sometimes. If you were to take a picture of a helicopter flying, because the one blade is flapping up and the other blade is flapping down. The fuselage is nice and level, but the blades are like crazy because the flapping is occurring and kind of looking like this. Well, I can't do that because it's not really something like that. So it actually will look kind of like that when it's flying, because one blade is flapping up and the other blade is flapping down. And it automatically does that because of the way that the blades are designed. It's the flapping hinge that's on the top of the blades. But retreating blade stall occurs because we went too fast. This is essentially above the V&E, or the speed never to exceed of the helicopter for the Bell 206. So for the Bell 206, L4, because that's what I've been flying lately. There's a lot of other helicopters out there that have different V&Es, but that has a V&E, or velocity never to exceed, of 130 knots. Now that V&E actually changes as you go up in altitude, because as the air density changes, as you go up higher in altitude, it actually makes it so that you get to that retreating blade, or that blade stall sooner. So that's something we have to kind of think about. But generally speaking, when you're close to the ground, your V&E is about 130 knots. Helicopters do kind of have a speed limit, but it's not the same as like a speed limit on the ground. I am still passing traffic all the time. So I'm getting everywhere a lot faster than everybody on the ground. But I can't go super, super fast like an airplane can go, because that retreating blade is going to happen. There's a lot of cool design. The blades are designed to go essentially faster and faster and faster through the air, but then we get into something that's called the speed of sound. So there's actually a problem with aircraft like the Black Hawk. They can actually the blades can begin to reach the speed of sound. So you actually have a problem with the advancing blade going too fast. So there's a big problem with that. But the retreating blade stall is kind of a bigger problem, and that's what limits our ability to essentially go. You still have the, yes, I knew. But we're not cruising at 130. It's usually 105, because we're vacuum and we have to suck ourselves forward continuously and fight gravity continuously. So we're getting that much lift, and then whatever we can get to go forward is what we're getting. So we may not be as fast as a 172 in some cases. But yeah, we do have a retreating blade stall. That's actually what limits the aircraft and prevents it from going forward fast and everything too. Real quick, guys, I appreciate everybody. If you guys follow, like, put subscriptions in, all this stuff that I'm teaching is going to be posted, so you guys can actually go back and reference it. I'm going to take all the lessons and try to make it easy to access. It's going to be on YouTube. Helicopter Pilots Suck is my YouTube channel. But the amount of likes that are going on right now, I appreciate it, and everything else. Yesterday, I should mention, yesterday there was a couple people who gifted me some things, or gifted me whatever hats and whatever. It was random. I never expected it. Please don't gift me, because I'm trying to make the lessons free. But also, if you do gift me and you're intent on gifting me, I'm going to save that and put it towards a scholarship. So somebody else will be able to actually utilize that. Because my goal is essentially cut the cost of students in the next generation. I don't need to have that kind of extra thing, but there's a lot of people out there, and we have like people in that could be brilliant pilots out there that may actually do really well as a pilot. They just don't have that financing to try to do it. So I'm trying to actually create a scholarship kind of program for things. So anyway, that's a long ways away. I think I bored Bryce enough. I got to get a drink real quick. Is there any questions I can answer before I continue? Because I'm going to talk a little bit about that. What's up? Thank you for showing up. I'm doing some free lessons on helicopters. I am sorry that it's not pretty. This is the easiest way for me to kind of explain everything. Thanks for the like and the follow. I'm going to continue to try to do this kind of stuff. So we're going to talk, because one of the things that I told Bryce this, and he now is realizing, you got about 8 hours of ground before you actually go and fly again. He took an intro ride like a month and a half ago.
It was 3 or 4 weeks ago.
3 or 4 weeks ago. So he took an intro ride. When you do an intro ride, it's the first time you get a chance to actually take controls of the helicopter. And you actually can see what the helicopter is capable of. He actually landed on a barge, I think, right?
We hovered over it.
You hovered over it. You didn't set it down? A jerk. He was trying to waste your time. No. We can land at places that airplanes can't. So the cool thing about helicopters, I usually take somebody and actually do an intro flight. And the intro flight is like $299. But it's an opportunity if you actually take controls. It actually counts towards your actual thing. But Bryce did that 3 or 4 weeks ago. And I told him, you're going to not be flying until I get all this ground stuff done. So this is kind of what we're doing to try to get all this going. But the ground, the reason that we're talking about this and retreating blade stall and some of the other things, it's going to make some sense because there are certain characteristics of the aircraft. If you learn the characteristics of the aircraft, you're going to actually to learn how the behavior of the aircraft is going to be. If you can be predicting the behavior, then you can actually fix what's happening, and you can actually do something and make the helicopter do what you want to do. Helicopters are like vacuums. They suck themselves up in the sky. And then they're also like drunk people, and they will wobble until they start to lean. And those are all things that we're trying to essentially fight when we're doing hovering and flying and everything else. And just so you guys know that when the helicopter is actually flying a lot faster than 30 knots, we're actually like an airplane. It's actually easy to control an aircraft. I think you probably found that to be pretty easy to control. Bryce is here. He's kind of in the room going through the lesson. He's also kind of helping moderate some of this stuff because we do have some interesting comments that come through. Well, technically moderating. Trying to moderate.
Trying to answer questions that I don't
know. Yeah. So if you do have questions that I don't really get to, and he may be able to answer that kind of stuff. So I'm going to talk about this dissymmetry of lift a little bit and everything. Because we have to talk about what happens when these blades are spinning at a high rate of speed. I don't need that. Okay. Okay, I think I can get rid of that. The goal is still to create 4,452 pounds of lift in order for us to stay off the ground. Okay, so the blades, when they're spinning at a very, very high rate of speed, 400 feet per minute, kind of is what the it's the RPM basically. When they're spinning at a very high rate, they're actually creating a gyroscopic kind of effect. So we're going to talk a bit about gyroscopes. So a gyroscope is kind of like a heavily weighted wheel, like a bicycle wheel. Anybody here in the thing ride these fat wheel bicycles? Anybody actually ride those fat wheel bicycles that are out there? Because this will make a little bit of sense. Those fat wheel bicycles are very stable because of how big those wheels are. So a gyroscope has all the weights on the rim or the outside typically, And there's usually like spokes or things that are basically coming off of the gyroscope. That is not the center. Good Lord. Okay. But these spokes are just to hold that in place. But as you spin faster, it becomes a gyroscope, essentially. And gyroscopes have a property that's actually really kind of crazy. And this is why, like, drones have them, and huge cameras on news helicopters have them, and like if you have one of those DJI little holding things to like stabilize your thing, they have a gyroscope. Gyroscopes resist the movement and forces that are happening. They basically are trying to stay in the same plane that they're rotating. So if it's rotating this way, it's really hard to, if it's rotating this way, it's really hard to get it to rotate this way. It actually takes a lot of force to change that direction. And so that gyroscope is resisting that force. Because of the resistance of a gyroscope, when you put a little force here on this part of the wheel, it won't actually start to do something until 90 degrees later in that rotation. So basically, we call this a gyroscopic precession. Precession. So this is actually something that we have to deal with a big old gyroscope that's actually in the helicopter. The interesting thing is that when the helicopter blades are bigger and heavier and there's more torque involved and there's more spinning blades and all these kind of things, it actually is harder to move those gyroscopes. So that's why those helicopters typically have hydraulics. It's basically power steering. If your power steering stops working, then you're not going to have an easy time moving that gyroscope. So the gyroscope is happening because of the blades. The tail rotor is also a gyroscope. Oh, and I should also mention that the tail rotor can also have retreating blade stall, and it actually can have this symmetry of lift because of the way the air is flowing over. So both the main rotor blade and the tail rotor blades, they're both spinning blades that are creating essentially lift or thrust, and they're subject to the same thing. They still have the ability. They still have to deal with everything else. So the tail rotor will also flap. It's just kind of food for thought. We'll get to that later. Okay, so the gyroscope is spinning and it's going really, really, really fast. And you can play with gyroscopes pretty much, get a science experiment kind of toy that they have out there. And you can kind of get to know this. It's crazy what you can do with the gyroscope. You can hold it and have it on your finger and it'll just sit there and just everything else. But a lot of cameras are drones and everything else like that will have the gyroscope in there to keep that camera stabilized. Well, the main rotor blades, when it's spinning really, really fast, creates a gyroscope. Now, it's not weighted at the end that much. It does have a weight in the tip. Usually there's a little bit of pounds in there, just so that there's a little bit more inertia that keeps the blades essentially spinning. But we are getting essentially this outward force called centrifugal force. So because the blades are spinning, they have some velocity that's happening, and if we did not do something to keep that essentially in place, like holding it by the mast, it would just fly off like a baseball and stuff. So, but we're getting a centrifugal force that is working on the blades, and that's what's causing this gyroscopic effect, or this being a gyroscope. Centrifugal force is something that we're going to talk a little bit more about because it's actually something that makes the helicopter do some things like coning and other things, and we'll get to that. But that gyroscopic precession is it's basically happening sometimes when we don't want it, or sometimes the things that are happening is the force is happening at one spot and then we're getting it 90 degrees later. If the blade starts to retreat, and the retreating blade starts to stall, and it gets to that critical angle of attack, this stall happens on this part of the blade, and then 90 degrees later on that rotation, it's going to actually have the effect of it. So it will stall over here, but the effect will actually be over here. So it happens 90 degrees later. And so that's something that's when we're actually in forward flight, if we actually encounter retreating blade stall, we actually feel this aircraft pitch up because the blade essentially is going 90 degrees later and causing us to kind of have that stall occur 90 degrees later. So the retreating blade stall actually occurs and affects us pretty much in that whole area of the rotor system, and we're feeling it and getting it basically a nose up attitude, a little bit of roll of the aircraft. And the danger is that we're not creating enough lift because one blade is stalling. So one blade can, pretty much not handle the whole load of the helicopter. So if both blades are trying to create that total lift of 4,452 pounds, one of them's not doing the work, the other one's doing all the work or trying to do all the work, and that basically is not able to create that total lift. So what do you think is going to happen if we don't fight gravity? Anybody? Submit your answer into the thing down there and show us what's going on. Thanks for coming by, Nancy and Jeremiah, and following me. I appreciate it. Anybody? What happens if we don't create enough lift? Come on, simple. If you haven't been following me too much, or you probably not heard. Bryce, give me type in an answer so people actually know that you're here. They don't go up. What? Wait, okay. We go down. Okay, that's the better way. We can't. We submit to gravity. I didn't tell him to say that, but he's finally good. Finally, he's anyway. So we can't go up, but it's not just about not going up. Gravity wins. Gravity essentially will always win if we don't fight gravity, if we don't create lift, if we don't create a vacuum. If I am not the suckiest man alive, gravity wins. That's kind of the thing. So I like being the suckiest man alive. If you guys haven't seen some of the videos and some of the stuff that I have on my page, I highly recommend it. I actually have some songs in there that I created with AI talking about the suckiest man alive, and it's pretty crazy. But there's also me on a vacuum trying to do some crazy stuff. So just those are all actually, they're simple lessons on actually what's happening. The helicopters are vacuums. So if I don't create the vacuum, if I don't create enough lift, gravity wins. Okay. Can anybody tell me what the acceleration rate is for gravity? Ooh, I stumped Bryce. He was like swallowing. I want to see if there's any 5-star students here. Anybody know what the acceleration of gravity is? How fast does gravity pull us down? If gravity, if I jump off a building, how fast do I accelerate until I get terminal velocity or start burning up in the atmosphere? Because if I go fast enough, like a rocket that's coming in, how fast is, it's the acceleration force. Gravity is the acceleration force. That's one thing I wanted you to, gravity accelerates. That's not how you spell accelerate. That's got an A. Gravity accelerates. This is going to matter later on when we start talking about it. 9.8 meters per second squared. So it's not 9.8 meters per second. It's actually 9.8 meters per second squared. There we go. So it's 9.8 meters per second squared that is actually accelerating. So we're accelerating. So it stops, slowly coming and goes a little bit faster. This is going to matter a lot when we start talking about auto rotations and how the helicopter essentially uses that gravity to help us to actually do stuff. But gravity is the acceleration force. So if we don't create enough lift, we're going to start going towards the Earth. And we're going to go faster and faster and faster unless we fight it a little bit. If we can fight it just a little bit to kind of slow us down, that's always good. But gravity is an acceleration force, so it will actually pull us pretty quick to the ground if we don't do anything. Thank you for looking it up. I'm sure you guys found Google very helpful in this little lesson and stuff. I guarantee that I've Googled my share of things. But let's get back to this. So the retreating blade stall will occur, and then you get the gyroscopic precession. So what do you think would happen if a force is acted at the front of the blade? Where is it going to go? Where's the force or the reaction going to be? So 90 degrees later. It's a gyroscopic precession. So the force happening here is going to react here, because that gyroscope is resisting movement. So it's spinning so much, and it's way easier if I had an actual tire, like if I had a wheel, because I could push on it and it would actually just be, you would see it drip. There's lots of good videos out there, let's just say that. But the force and reaction. So where was I going with this? So let's say the force that's happening is a lift instead of a drag or a retreating blade stall. Let's say what happens when it lifts. So when the blade is spinning and it happens 90 degrees later, that's actually not the right way to spin. I don't know how to do that. I can't do it from that direction. So if the lift happens in the front, the reaction happens 90 degrees later, you're actually going to get a roll that's going to occur in the actual helicopter. So this is going to matter when we start talking about being in vortices and basically outside of vortices, and then the airflow. When you're inside of your, I'm not going to get to that quite yet. I'll talk about it in a second because that's getting a little too, because I'm not going to get to that quite yet. But let's just say that the force of lift, even if it's a force of drag or a force of lift, it doesn't really matter. It's going to have a reaction that's 90 degrees later. And if a force occurs here, it's going to happen 90 degrees later as well. So that's gyroscopic precession. Any questions on gyroscopic precession and how that kind of works? The tail rotor does have it as well. It's a gyroscope. It's just a very smaller gyroscope. It's not as heavily weighted. It's actually pretty light. They're pretty hollow, actually. Tail rotors are pretty hollow. Is there any questions I can answer for you guys, or if there's anything that does anything not make sense that I can readjust my teaching to? Because I am going to get a drink. Not that drink. I need a full drink. Not a beer and drink. I'm a helicopter pilot. I don't drink protein. Is there any questions? Or for the people who have been sticking around for a long time, I appreciate it. But is there? I will definitely try to answer as many questions as I can. I definitely need a drink. Holy cow! I'm starting to get, my mouth is getting dry. I'm at 3.6K of likes on this. That's awesome. I have a feeling that's like half of it is just pity.
Have you ever used a fidget spinner before? That's a little gyroscope.
Oh, okay. Bryce brought up a really cool do you have one? Bryce brought up a really cool yes, he does. I used to have
10 at home.
What? 10.
That was cool.
a fidget spinner is actually a gyroscope too, because it's spinning really, really fast and it has a lot of wheels and weights on it and stuff. So a fidget spinner is a gyroscope as well. So Bryce brought that up. He's just actually in the background and everything else. Say hi, Bryce, on the thing. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit next. I think my voice is actually not going to... Excuse me. Jeez. I've been talking... Okay, so...
You need some tea with honey or something.
I know, right? That'd be great. He said tea with honey.
They can hear you.
Yeah, they can?
Yeah, I'm listening.
But they can hear you? How do you hear you?
The microphone picks it up.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's cool. All right, so yeah. Kind of like a boat gyroscope. Every gyroscope is the same thing. Every gyroscope is a gyroscope. So, yeah, it's like a boat gyroscope or anything. Yeah, any gyroscope is a gyroscope. The helicopter is actually a gyroscope in that way. It's actually really stable too. It's actually most of the time pretty easy actually to hover if there's not a lot of wind. All right, quick detour from everything, just so you guys, if you are just showing up and everything else. Been flying for 20 years. Been a flight instructor for 20 years. Actually, almost flying 21 years. Almost, yeah. Okay. Started in 2004, 2005. Was teaching since 2005. I have way over 3,000 hours of flight time. I could have more, but I actually was hiring other people to do work, and I wanted them to get the flight time. I was prior military. All the things that I'm teaching with these free lessons is all the things that I learned from both the civilian and the military. So you're getting a combination of everything, and probably explained, maybe explained just a little bit better than most of those places. I tried to make my lessons as easy and simple as possible so that people can actually understand what's going on. If I have made something that's hard to understand or said something that's hard to understand, hopefully it's because you didn't catch the first part of the lesson and then everything else. But if you have questions and stuff, I'm here to answer as much questions as I can about helicopters. And then on top of that, just really try to build some interest in there. And I've got 16 people potentially here that are listening. But I appreciate anybody who's stopping by. Has this been helpful? Can you explain downward versus a crosswind? So yes, I'll explain a little bit more of the downwind and crosswind, but I'm not going to do that yet. Because explaining about the downwind and the crosswind right now is not going to help us where we're at. We're trying to prepare to hover first and prepare to kind of fly a little bit, and everything else. No, it's okay, Shay. It's totally fine. Shay, just so you kind of understand, Bryce is a student who started brand spanking new. He's 18 years old. He works with me at the company that I work for, and ultimately, the biggest thing that I'm trying to do is trying to go through a lesson with him to prepare him to fly the first flight, essentially. He took an intro ride, and then we're trying to make the helicopter flying is kind of expensive, and in every hour that you're flying needs to be maximized effort, like maximum effort. And so I've developed kind of a way of making it so that first flight is the most beneficial, and you're actually controlling the helicopter a lot more than just me being on the controls and being a show off and, hey, look, I can do this. The goal of a flight instructor is to make it so that a person that is not a pilot becomes a pilot. So with Bryce, he's brand spanking new, so I'm going through all the lessons that it's going to help him to understand characteristics of the aircraft. Upwind, downwind, crosswind, and stuff like that. I could even just recommend watching boat pics and boats crossing rivers and all that kind of stuff, because those will kind of happen and help and stuff too. But right now I'm going to try to make some, basically, I've formulated my lessons to try to maximize the stages of how things are kind of talked about. Like I talk about that lift equation first and try to make sure that everybody understands that so that I can go into the symmetry of lift and all these kind of things. Age restrictions, there's actually no, okay, the airlines are kicking people out because of insurance. But that's actually not something that stops people from flying. 65 is, there's tons of people who are flying above 65. They just can't keep their job. If you want to fly for yourself forever, you can screw whoever's your job or whatever. You can say, no way, I don't care. You don't have to have that as a limit for 65. The 65 is just kind of a restriction imposed because they don't want to get sued or the liability. People used to actually fly for a lot longer. So the age restriction for pilots in general is just kind of forced because of the person who's hiring you. But you can have your own business and you can work forever. So does that make any sense, Tattooed Bacon? Yes, thanks. You have to, no, okay. Yes and no for the medical exam. It's yes if you want to take passengers and continue to work. But if you want to fly by yourself, you can get it's called a sport license essentially, or a recreation license. So you actually can fly without a medical with a recreational license. Do helicopters have to drive a car? I've heard airplane pilots drive a car. Have to have a car driver?
Like a driver's license?
Well, they have to have a driver's license, but a car driver, have a car driver? You'll have to elaborate. Basic med is definitely out there, so you definitely have a ability to get a basic med. But there are some, so the FAA is actually pretty aware of the industry and the way things are happening. So they created essentially this recreational license that allows people to go and fly. There is, a lot of fun in aviation and stuff, so they kind of promote to make it easier. But it depends on if you're trying to take passengers, whether or not you have to have a medical. If you want to take passengers, you have to have a medical certificate, and then if you want to make money, you have to have a medical as well. Sorry, I meant someone to drive them. So I wish somebody would drive me. I hate driving. Okay, my license plate says I'd rather be flying. Like literally, I'd rather be flying. Driving is the worst. So I'm gonna say, okay, so is it worth getting a 107 certificate and start the LiDAR business now? Okay, so the 107 certificate and stuff, here's the problem with the 107. The manufacturers can be restricted, essentially. You could lose your whole business if, let's say, the drones that are made in China are no longer allowed to fly in the United States. So when you get a 107 certificate, you just got to be careful where you're getting the manufacturer and things like that. There's still a lot of work to be done, but I guarantee it's way more fun to actually be up in the air directly. So looking to get the private pilot's license, go for a career, but I'm old. Nobody's too late. Honestly, I can show you when I get a chance, people who are thinking that they're too old, they're trying to make it work. One person said that, so there's an older gentleman. How old are you, Tattooed Bacon, if you don't mind me asking? But I have a guy who's about 73 years old. He is trying to get a medical so that he can actually take passengers, because his goal to be a helicopter pilot is not just to go and fly himself. You're not that old. If you're trying to make work and everything else too, there's still work to be kind of done and everything else. Plus the other thing you have to understand is if you learn how to fly, you can teach other people how to fly. You don't have to be the only person in your family that knows how to fly. I keep telling all my family members, I will teach you how to fly, so they can actually benefit from the things that are happening. I have a whole bunch of nieces and nephews that I sometimes take up to fly. So ultimately, you're not too old. There's people, it's just your goals and things like that. Sometimes it's a little hard, but the freedom is amazing. I mean, I have seriously seen people land in places that are just absolutely amazing. So I've got a lot of stuff going on with the NDAA compliance and and everything else. I'm not a huge knowledgeable person about drones specifically. Drones are helicopters, by the way. You're just not the pilot, you're the operator, just FYI, because you're never actually on the controls, because the brain is the actual computer on the drone. It's kind of like selling a dog, hey, go fetch, and the dog actually does what you want to say. At some point, a drone's not going to follow the command, and then it's kind of thing. But I love flying. Anyways, like flying helis and MSFT. I like flying helis. Oh yes, Michael. Oh, thank you for bringing that up, Tattooed Bacon. Get Microsoft Flight Simulator and start flying. That's like the simplest way to save money, because that's the whole goal with everything too. I don't know why people don't try that anyways, because Microsoft Flight Simulator is so good. You can get all the equipment. I had a student who, he's got more hours than me. That's the funny thing. He's been flying or whatever. But the actual Microsoft Flight Simulator, he set it up so he could actually do VR, and he was flying in there in VR, and that actually helped with the actual physical flying. So when you work in Microsoft Flight Simulator, if you get the right controls and everything, try to get the realistic controls. Don't try to get the just a joystick and stuff, because it won't really help. But you can do so much stuff with Microsoft Flight Simulator with the right kind of controls. You're actually going to help yourself to actually make it easier. The goal is that when you're actually inside of the helicopter, make every hour count. It shouldn't be something that you're going in there and just being like, I'm building time. You want to make every hour count and progress and everything else. The Microsoft Flight Simulator is just fantastic. I'm trying to get a simulator with VR and everything set up so I can kind of do that too. PCs are, everything's good. All right. You're welcome. I'm glad it's very informative. Thank you. I'm trying to share this. I really love aviation. I love helicopters. We are running out of pilots. It's kind of an alarming rate. In the next 20 years, we're going to have such a huge shift. My goal is to be picked up when I'm old, or when I crash my car, or not, I'm not going to crash my car, but when I get hit by a tree in the middle of the woods, I can get picked up by another medical helicopter pilot, because those things happened. There's tons of things. I've been a medical helicopter pilot before, and I've picked people up, and random stuff happens. There's people who died or get hit by trees and all these kind of other things, and we never know exactly what's going to happen in our life, but I want a pilot that's actually there. So we need more pilots that actually can do those jobs and everything else. Bryce is going to be a pilot, so that's one of the big things that we're trying to do. I do have a YouTube channel, and it's Helicopter Pilots Suck, because helicopters vacuums, and we have to suck ourselves in the air. So if we don't suck, gravity wins, and we start falling out of the sky and stuff. I've got to get back to these lessons a little bit. I'm sure that there's a lot of questions and everything else like that. I want to try to get back to these a little bit more of those lessons, so we can actually talk a little bit about some of the characteristics of a helicopter. There are some really crazy things that are happening with a helicopter compared to an airplane. If that's okay, if anybody has any pressing questions that they're trying to ask for before I continue, I'll answer those if you have to get going and stuff, but I've really got to get back. Oh yeah, so Hurricane Katrina is actually the reason I joined the military, and I was a Black Hawk pilot later on, but I was a Black Hawk mechanic first, and then became a Black Hawk pilot. But Hurricane Katrina is actually the reason I became a helicopter pilot in the military. So the flooding that happened, I think in North Carolina, I'm not 100% sure, but all those kind of things that are happening, helicopters actually provide services that most people don't even realize. Fight fires. You get so used to seeing the fire being, burning on the side of the mountain sometimes in California. There's pilots out there that are doing a lot of work to keep those fires from hitting houses and stuff. So there's a huge thing that the industry is actually doing with, to keep people alive, but also kind of keep infrastructure and everything else. I will answer 2 more questions. How much you make. So you can make pretty much whatever you want if you become your own business owner. Once you're a commercial pilot, you can actually start your own business and do your own thing. But the industry is about $92,000. And then I'm looking about $200,000 for this year. So it's pretty good pay. But I do a lot of other stuff besides just my job. There's a pay cut that I took just to take a little higher position for different things, but I fly outside of things. I should also mention, most of the time, I'm only working half a year. That's another thing. So you're making $92,000 working half a year. You're working 7 days on, 7 days off, and going home, and we're, having vacation. I've traveled all the world and everything else. And that's that kind of stuff. I'm going to get back to this lesson as much as I possibly can. How much time do you have, Bryce? It's 7:30.
I'm not worried about time tonight.
Okay, that's good. I am, because I really need to get to bed sometime. I was not really very smart yesterday. I got in bed really, really late. It was not good. So I'm going to try to get some good rest tomorrow. Good thing is I'm flying with pilots that are actually knowledgeable. Somewhat knowledgeable. I had a really good pilot in the last one. It's not always the case. Professional pilots still have to learn. If they don't learn, they have to deal with me. They'll fail my check rides if they don't learn, so just so you know, kind of thing. Okay. I've never fought a fire myself, but I've done medical and stuff. And we did long lines in Utah, and the Black Hawk, we were actually trying to prepare to get fires, but I never actually got to go active. I'm in Missouri, in St. Louis area. And Bryce will be here. All right, so I'm going to get back to this kind of stuff a little bit. So when I create a vacuum above the aircraft, I'm creating a negative pressure above the aircraft. When I am basically creating a vacuum on the aircraft and I've got Newton's third law going on, I'm creating a positive pressure in there. This is the crazy thing about the universe in general and the atmosphere and everything else. Everything likes to equalize. If there is a difference, if there is a pressure that's different, if there's a pressure that's negative up here and there's a positive pressure down here, it doesn't like that. So what it does is that high pressure is trying to go back and mix with that low pressure. And that happens with weather. That happens with basically anything that is not equalized. The universe essentially constantly tries to equalize itself and come to a state of constant, essentially. And that pressure difference, this vacuum, that vacuum force, and that basically Newton's third law push, we're getting a lot of differences in pressure. So the air that's below is trying to get back up and basically to where that negative pressure is. Now, what's happening is that the airflow, if it's just going straight down, if I was to put a hose around me, and I just had that hose, I'm basically a big old hose, and I am sucking all the air through. So that hose would just suck straight down through. I'm just going to erase that, start over. So that's my helicopter. I am not good at drawing. I could draw pictures somewhat. Anyway, I get a little more tired. I end up getting a little bit crazier. So the longer you guys stay here, you got to see a different side of me. So the airflow, though, is because it's creating a vacuum. The airflow for a helicopter is getting sucked down through the rotor system, and it's basically pulling a ton of air. If there's anything above the aircraft, if there is any like debris or blankets or anything above the aircraft, it gets sucked into the rotor system and basically can cause some damage and things too. But the air is getting sucked through the rotor system. Well, it's got a negative pressure up here and a positive pressure up here. So the aircraft is essentially has this negative pressure above it and positive pressure above it. The airflow wants to go back to where the negative is, or the positive wants to go where the negative is. And we get what's called vortices. Any fixed wing guys in here that understand a little bit about vortices? There are some really cool videos about vortices. And I kind of wish I could show those kind of things, but there is actually some really, there's a helicopter video going under, like they're washing the helicopter and they had the like spray going on top of it. I saw it on Instagram. I haven't been able to find it on YouTube, but that's basically washing the blades and stuff actually made the vortices visible. And so it's actually pretty cool. So these are creating, you got a video? He's got a video for you guys. Okay, this is not quite, but this actually shows a little bit, if you guys can see. You can actually see the vortices. So we'll get more into that later. But the vortices are actually this positive pressure trying to get to the negative pressure, so it kind of equalizes. This positive pressure is occurring because of Newton's third law, and this negative pressure is really coming because of Bernoulli's principle kind of stuff. So, kind of like the military in the sand, disregard. Okay. All right, so the vortices themselves are basically coming, they're smaller, kind of at the tips of the blades, but they're flowing essentially around. Just imagine a big donut around the helicopter. I really wish I could just get a big donut and just imagine a big donut around the helicopter. And that big donut is essentially a little bubble that we're creating for our own enjoyment, essentially. But helicopters, essentially, when they're in a hover, it's gonna look like this. It's gonna have these vortices. If you were to actually get smoke and everything else going on, then it's going to be harder to actually, or you can see the actual stuff. This flow is called an induced flow. What's so special about an induced flow? Why is it called induced? Ground effect is part of it. We'll talk about it.
We make it happen.
We make it happen. Induced labor, induced flow. We actually make this happen. We're the ones who are actually creating these vortices. So we're creating an induced flow that's sucking it in basically. So this right now is representing out of ground effect, Kevin. Not in ground. There's no ground here yet. So, but out of ground effect is going to look like that, and it's actually going to look like the video that Bryce kind of showed and helped me to kind of show you guys. But the helicopter's vortices look like this essentially, and you're getting essentially this induced flow. We're sucking the air through. We're creating the vacuum most of the time. Now, we're getting to ground effect because Kevin is impatient with the lesson. Thank you, Kevin, for making it so impatient. Gosh, I get ahead. Did you get my lessons before now or something? Because I literally was going to talk about in-ground effect and out-of-ground effect. So, when you're in out-of-ground effect, you have to do a lot. It takes a lot of power to create this flow. You have to create the induced flow all by yourself. The helicopter has to create the induced flow. Don't talk about that. I'm not talking about harmonic vibration. We're not there yet. God, people. You're like, Kevin, you're 5 steps away. Are you a pilot already? Are you here to see what the competition's doing? What's going on? I don't want to talk about harmonic vibration. Sorry. Kevin seems to know something. So just so you guys are aware. Yes. Yeah, okay, you're good. I knew it. Don't. You want to do this, Kevin? Come on. Get on the thing. Start teaching what you know. Because you need to, everybody has to pitch in to get the next generation going. So I recommend you get on there. Maybe you can't teach as well as I do, but you can steal my stuff. I don't mind. So, all right. So induced this is considered out of ground effect. So OGE, out of ground effect. We're not close to the ground at all. So we have to create essentially this flow all by ourselves. We don't get any help because we're only creating an induced flow. As you get closer and closer to the ground, as Kevin mentioned, now that downward flow that's happening has something that's causing a change, and it's basically a good change. We have something that's basically going to help us, kind of like an air hockey puck. We get close enough to the ground, and Newton's third law is actually helping us quite a bit. We're getting that positive pressure actually helps to keep us off the ground. So we're pushing down all that air against the ground, and actually is helping us to come up. But there's also something that's aerodynamically happening. The vortices now are going to get hit by the ground and spread out. But this is a universe that likes to equalize, so that positive pressure wants to get back to the negative pressure that we were creating. There's a thing. So now these are actually going to, don't talk about, it's in a hover. Yes, it is in hover. Thank you. Did I not say it in a hover? Oh, Kevin, thank you. All right. We are in a hover. Did I not say hover when we were talking about like the aircraft when it's in a hover?
You just say when we get close to the ground.
No, before that, when I was talking about the vortices and stuff. Thank you, Kevin. Actually true. This is actually when we're in a hover. We have those things. Now okay, Kevin, you're just distracting me right now, so I'm gonna just turn away from the screen. Yes, that's true. 88%. Kevin. I'm trying to make these simple lessons, and we're going off on some of the other things that are happening. And harmonic vibration is not something I needed to think about right now, as it is. But here's the cool thing. This induced flow that we're doing and dealing with, this is in a hover. Okay, so yes, this is in a hover. I'm just going to verify and make sure that Kevin is very clearly correct on this. This is in a hover. The helicopter's sitting here. There's a big old donut. I did mention the donut. It's all around us. That's happening in a hover. So the airflow is now essentially hitting the ground, and it's getting deflected. And the cool thing is, because it's getting deflected, it's coming out from an angle, it now becomes a transverse flow as well. Now, it said in the first lesson, transverse flow is so good because it's like a gift from the atmosphere to help us to fly. But also, because this transverse flow is happening, the angle of attack of these blades can be less. So our goal is to create this much. This much is our lift that we're trying to create. 4,452 pounds. That's what we're fighting in a Bell Jet Ranger. Here we have to fight that, and I'm going to use that lift equation again. So we're using 1/2 times coefficient of lift times the area times velocity squared times the density of the air. So that can be created by the two blades in a hover equally. So because both of those blades are doing the same amount of work. But that induced flow, because the air is coming from above, makes our angle of attack really, really big. Because we're getting some of this transverse flow from the sides, because this is picking up other air as well. It's not just picking up the air that it shot down on its own. It's kind of like drawing in air from the the other parts of the environment. So we're getting a transverse flow to fill in this negative pressure. But that's creating essentially 1/2 times coefficient of lift, area times velocity squared times there. It is giving us the same angle of attack without us having to have the same pitch angle. In this side, we have to have the pitch angle really, 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 really big in order to do it. And that's actually takes a lot of power. With the pitch angle being higher, it's now like the blades are going through the, like a 2x4. This is easier to try to go through the air or try to go through and spin. When the blades are flat, they're easier to spin. But when they're like that, it's harder to spin. There's a lot more drag in the system. We call the drag that's happening in hover like this induced drag, because we're inducing the flow. The result is an induced drag that's happening in the system. And we got a lot of induced drag that's happening because we have a high pitch angle in order to create that angle of attack. Because we have the wind coming from this way. So the wind is coming from that way, so that means that the angle of attack is like this. And then the wind for this is coming more horizontally, so we can actually create the same angle of attack because the wind is coming more from a horizontal direction. Wind from above is not helpful because wind from above is basically pushing us down and kind of, helping gravity essentially. So if we're trying to climb up a hill and a mountain and stuff like that, the wind from above is actually pushing us down. But wind from the side is a lot better because it actually helps us to do it. Wind from below is really good because in some cases the wind will actually keep us going in our parachute for the rotor system. The rotor system works like a parachute, will actually keep us up in the air without having to do anything. So it's kind of fun. Welcome everybody to stopping by. If you're screen looking and everything and shopping for new things to do, this is free lessons on helicopters. I gotta get a drink real quick. Is there any questions? Kevin, don't be too, you gotta learn how to teach, Kevin. You're not very good at teaching. I'll tell you why. You go too far ahead. I needed that drink. I try to be a good pilot. I like being a pilot, so I try to be a good pilot. I like teaching it. It's been fun. But I appreciate the compliment, Kevin. I think you're a good pilot too, because you do know some things. So, have some hours under your belt. How many hours are you at, Kevin? I'm glad you're going to keep me from talking for a bit, because I've really been it's been an hour and 45 minutes. I have 3,000, I don't even know anymore. I stopped counting after 3,000 because I haven't been able to get a digital record of my flight time from an old job. So I don't really know. I was 3,000 the last time I counted. So. And I've been flying for 20 years and teaching for 20 years. So I've been actually kind of coming up with a better way to teach things. It makes more sense. And I try to teach in an order, and this is something you need to learn, Kevin. Teach in an order that helps a student learn instead of going into bigger stuff. Thanks for the follow, Ant-Man. Is anybody that's been following or listening or anything have any questions about what I'm talking about at all? Does something not make sense? Gladdy, thank you. Yep, man. So, I probably will be going for another hour and 45 minutes or so. So I can actually get some sleep tonight, all that kind of stuff. What is that? I don't even know. Pizza Sparkle. Heart me. Thank you. Okay, I'm new to TikTok. I don't really know anything about TikTok. I only came on because we're running out of pilots. I keep this up here because honestly, this is the reminder of things. We're really running out of pilots. And I'm trying to get interest in, I'm also trying to teach lessons. I want everybody to know that if you need me to sign you to go to do a written test, or if you want credit for the lesson that you're getting, I can actually give it to you. I'm a certified flight instructor. I've been a certified flight instructor since 2005. I can send you a whole bunch of little things that say, you got this, yay! So you can actually do that kind of stuff.
You want to show the book and recommend the book?
Oh yeah, thank you. If you guys have been listening to anything that I say, this is the book I recommend for anybody who's starting out. And then the other goal is to save you money. If you can save as much money as possible, it's going to be helpful. You guys are going to enjoy your career a little bit more if you don't have as much debt. And you're going to be able to kind of everything else too. But this book, and then you can basically go through all the book. This is actually FAA. This is free if you get the PDF. He paid for it, so he's a joker.
I like
but
physical copies.
I love the, okay, physical copies is helpful. I wish, I don't know if I can actually do this, but I would probably create a marketplace. I don't have a marketplace, by the way, but this is where I would do. I wish I was located in California because I used to be, but this book, and a cheaper headset than a Bose is things I would recommend. The Bose headset's overrated for the most part. It's great unless you're going to be a career guy. It's not really useful. Anyways, this book. So the Helicopter Flying Handbook is FAA H083221B. This is a PDF. You can get it for free on the FAA website. And then when you get this book, all the lessons that I'm going through are not in order in this book, because I actually go in a different order. But the topics in this book will allow you to essentially have better pictures. Actually, I'm going to show you ground effect, because that's actually a better picture than what I drew. Ground effects is so much better in this picture. But this book, when you go through and study it, it's going to be much easier if you go on YouTube and actually find the actual thing. I'm in Missouri, so that's where I'm located. Well, specifically in kind of St. Louis area. So where's the picture, man? I haven't actually picked this up in a while because I have it memorized. Now I don't have it memorized, but I have a pretty good idea of what everything's in here. Where's my ground effect? Find the ground effect. You can do that.
Okay.
Explained well enough without pictures. Well, I have pictures. They're just not good pictures. It's a little bit close to what they're doing. Everything else too. Page 53. Geez, Kevin, are you actually you following along, or are you trying to do? Or you have the book? I should have been a little more prepared, I guess. Kevin's kind of making it very obvious. I probably should have this book memorized. 53, he said.
I don't have a set page 53. It's in chapters. It's chapter by chapter.
Oh, there's the picture. Okay. So this is actually a different picture than what they had. So this is the science behind it. That's an outer ground effect hover. So the airflow is coming through. Look, we're a vacuum. So I am a helicopter pilots suck. We are a vacuum cleaner, guys. So we actually suck ourselves in the sky. And then we have vortices and stuff. When you're in ground effect, that's what's happening. Essentially, the air is getting deflected. And that's making the angle of attack basically the same size with a smaller pitch angle. So having a smaller pitch angle, you're going to basically not have as much drag. So anytime you have to create a pitch angle in the blade, you have a lot of drag. If you are trying to fight drag with the rotor system, then your engine has to be really good. And if your engine's not good, you're not pushing all that kind of stuff. All right. Thank you. I'm glad that it's so cool, and you're welcome, Sprinter. Okay. Linemen, definitely, you're in a good industry to at least get started. try to follow the channel, Marco. Get some free lessons and stuff like that. And I can get on live and try to get more lessons and stuff. I'm going to be posting these on YouTube. I wish I could pay for everybody, honestly. If I could, I would. If I could make scholarships for people, that would be my ideal. I'm trying to work with companies that are in the industry to really talk about some of the needs that we have. Because we're running out of pilots, I got to get some pilots in some way. And because the military is really not... So somebody, like, okay, I mentioned in one of my videos or one of my posts that the military is not training very much. And somebody came back and said, well, they still have the same amount of pilots. They're not actually get trained well. That's the bigger problem, because when they go to the military, they're actually trained to be a second in command. They're actually not trained to be a pilot anymore. So they're not actually flying the helicopters that are helpful and all sorts kind of stuff. So can you see the book to snap a pic? Let me see the book again. So, oh no, I just hit my camera a little bit. There's the book. Somewhere there. Hey. There's your pic. Hopefully that helps. Go to school for it. You're in school. This is school. This is school, okay? Okay. All the things that I teach is the ground school right now. You're welcome. The ground school is, yeah, you can search it on Amazon. Ground school in itself is approximately 27 credit hours of college. So if you go through all my ground school and you take all the tests, to go through the commercial tests, the CFI test, the instrument rating test, the CFII test, the certified flight instructor, fundamentals of flight test, those are all ground school college courses. Everything I'm teaching is college level. So you are in school, by the way. It is a good dream. You should become a pilot no matter how it goes. Is there any questions? I got a good swig of my drinks and everything else too. Bryce has been really helpful to at least get some stuff. The helicopter flying handbook is not the pilot handbook. I don't know. I was trying to print something else on there. Can I? Yes, you can actually. If you want me to, it's not a ground school. Yes, I can sign that kind of stuff for flight and stuff. You just have to DM me that kind of thing if you want. It really, hopefully if you are here for a half hour, I'll give you the credit for the half hour. Is that fair? If you weren't here for a half hour, I don't really want to give you all the credit because I've been on for almost 2 hours and stuff. I'm going to trust that you are here for a half hour and I can sign off for ground training. I do know that for the most part, ground school is something that you have to have so many hours in order to kind of pass certain gates for schooling and everything else too. So this is school. This is just school without having to pay for it. That's my goal. Mechanic boat. I flew Blackhawks. So yeah, I was a Blackhawk mechanic too, and I was military, so I flew Blackhawks with the Utah National Guard. Might have the book. It probably does have the book. Anybody who's been in aviation, the book, but it's free. It's online. It's an FA book. It's free press, so anybody can do it. Thanks. If you get out to Missouri and stuff, we can get out and fly and everything, Kevin. Intro rides, they're the harder part of doing flights. I wish I could make it free, but the helicopters are a little bit more expensive. They're hard to maintain. Pilots end up doing more damage. So when I said that helicopter pilots suck, and I said that to a mechanic, he said, yes, I agree, because we're breaking things all the time. But there's a lot of maintenance involved with everything too. Dave Sparks does have it. Okay, so Kevin, you're mentioning something that, okay, if you guys haven't seen my channel or been to my channel, there's actually a video that's referencing Dave Sparks on there. It is the suckiest man alive. and it kind of references Dave Sparks because he has a Black Hawk and stuff. Yeah, I know he has all that kind of stuff. He shows all that, and that's you know that's awesome for that kind of stuff. But the cost for a Black Hawk is about $5,000 an hour of operating costs to cover. So the more helicopter you have, the more expensive it's going to be. If you're trying to save money in flying helicopters, you need to get a smaller helicopter than a Black Hawk. Okay. Is there any other questions before I can go? I appreciate all the likes. I'm at 6,007. I'm pretty... Enstrom is good. It is good. It is good. That is a good one to work essentially around. But here's the recommendation that I have, Kevin, for helicopters. Get the one that's going to get you the job. So if you are trying to get into the industry, you're not going to have a lot of jobs that are going to deal with an Enstrom. The R22, R44, those are going to get you the immediate jobs right off the bat. So when people are starting, then ultimately we want to make sure the 427. Oh, your list. Oh, I thought you were listing aircrafts that people should fly. And yes, he has a lot of aircraft. Don't remind me that he has more money than me. That's okay. But he did a lot of stuff before he got into those Black Hawks and stuff anyway. So crazy stuff. Like, yeah, TV shows, all that kind of stuff. 427. Okay. Awesome. All right. I'm going to get back to this a little bit because I got a goal. The goal is free lessons. We haven't been talking about lessons, but hopefully, well, I don't know. These are kind of lessons on stuff. But we're going to get back to a little bit of this. Okay. I got to bring back my train of thought. Kevin's been distracting me all night with everything I don't really want to talk about. Sympathetic resonance or resonance, essentially, he's talking about with the... There's a lot of, resonance. We don't want to talk about resonance. Not right now. We're going to talk about the things that are specifically going to help you to learn how to hover. That's our goal. So, in-ground versus out-of-ground effect. So this is essentially now a collective change. When I am out-of-ground effect, I have to have a higher pitch angle in order to create this angle of attack. So I have to pull up on the collective in order to increase that pitch angle. So now I'm increasing the amount of power that's involved. That amount of power is going to increase the amount of torque that's in the system. So what happens with torque? What's going to occur when there's torque involved? Anybody? There's torque. If there's torque, equal and opposite reaction. You can text on there so people know you're smart. Bryce, he got the answer correct, but he didn't want to let everybody know the answer because Bryce is sitting here going, counter rotation. Yeah, so you're going to get a counter rotation from it. You're all going to get a drop in power. You're going to essentially, anytime there's a torque effect and you just allow it to happen, you'll get a little bit of a drop in power that's actually running in the power and stuff. Because if you're counteracting that counter rotation, equal and opposite action, everything. So you're creating more work on your pedals when you're in a high altitude or if you're above the ground, higher above the ground. So the in-ground effect is beneficial because you're using less power. You're also getting this little bubble of air that's kind of helping us, like a hockey puck that's sliding for an air hockey table. And believe it or not, there's like absolutely no friction to stop us from moving in a hover because we're like an air hockey table. So if the wind is pushing us, we will just kind of keep moving around and it will just keep going. So it's actually kind of fun when you're in ground effect because you get a lot of benefits for in-ground effect. But it doesn't require as much power because there's not as much lift and you don't require as much anti-torque with the pedals to counteract that much torque that's happening. When you're in the Long Ranger, specifically, my in-ground effect, I can do my hover about 72 inches or 72% torque. When I'm out of ground effect, I'm going to get about 75 or 76 or so. So I'm increasing my amount of torque that's actually involved. So if I'm increasing torque and I'm increasing how much drag I'm fighting and everything else too, what else is burning? Or like if I'm using more power, or if I'm driving my truck faster, what else is happening when I'm driving truck faster? You're burning fuel. So you're going to burn more fuel with a higher torque value because your engine's working harder when you're in yes, thank you. Yep, we're out of ground effect. We're burning more fuel. It's taking a lot more power to keep us above the ground. And our goal is always going to be making enough lift. This is lift. We need to make enough lift to fight gravity. If we don't make enough lift to fight gravity, gravity wins. All right, so can anybody tell me at what point do we get in-ground effect? How high do we have to be off the ground to start getting that benefit of in-ground effect? Anybody? I know there's smart people out there. You're welcome, Pizza Sparkle. I don't know how pizza sparkling would be good. 1.5 rotor discs? Yeah, pretty close. Most people will just basically go by just the rotor disc itself, because when you're above one rotor disc and stuff, it's really not getting that Newton's third law as much either. So one rotor disc. So if I don't have another blade, but essentially one rotor disc diameter of the whole entire thing. When we're talking about rotor disc, we're talking about the diameter of the blades, the whole length of the blades. So this is the height that the blades themselves have to be above the ground. So if you can imagine another set of blades, it's about that high off the ground that I'm getting in-ground effect, or starting to get in-ground effect. And then for the Bell 206, do you remember how big the rudder system is? How many feet? You guys, you would love to see Bryce just sweating because of these stories or these questions I'm asking him and stuff. I'm glad you missed the class. Oh, you missed the part. You just missed the class. You missed like previous tense, or you wish you could come back and do it again.
Yeah, I didn't write that one down.
46 feet? No. For a 206? 206 Lima model?
20, I don't know.
It's not 46. I thought you were smart, Kevin. What? 23 per? No. The 206 rotor disc is not 46 feet. It's not 23 feet per. Well, okay. So let's do some math here. 37 divided by 2, how much is that per? So anyway, 37 feet is the main rotor diameter for the Bell 206. So anyway, that's the Bell 206 helicopter. This is also a Lima model because it has those little fins in the back. That's kind of how you can do it. Right, so you're going to get the benefits of in-ground effect when the blades are essentially 37 feet away from the ground. And so it's the blade disc itself that gets in, close to the ground. You're getting Newton's third law that's helping. You're getting that push against the ground because we're pushing. We're sucking a lot of air through the rotor system. I was actually surprised that AI actually created a really good visual of that suction because it shows that air going in and then really kind of accelerating down. And I pushed that through. The fins are, okay, so the fins, yeah, I know. So that's I'll show that video real quick. Helicopters of vacuums. If you guys haven't seen my channel, So the air is getting sucked through. It's not exact, come on, but it's at least represents the whole process of things. And Bryce is kind enough to let me use the thing. So these fins themselves, most of them are fixed stabilizers, but we do have in the L model for the 206 what's called the synchronized elevator that actually moves when you move the cyclic. So it actually changes the pitch attitude of the blades or pitch attitude of the aircraft itself. So that's more level when you're in forward flight or in a hover. So the fins mostly are fixed stabilizers, but sometimes they have moving parts and stuff. The Black Hawk has a stabilizer that's a huge, gigantic fin that's like gigantic fin to keep that nose from being so super, like, it's just crazy. Like Black Hawk, you'd be like nose down like this trying to fly without that stabilizer. You actually have to, it kind of draws that thing too. All right, so you're getting the benefit for in-ground effect is that it's going to start to help you. You don't have as much power. But let's say that you set your power for 76. And so you have that pitch angle from that out-of-ground effect hover. When you get close to the ground, it's going to push you more, and you're going to go back to out-of-ground effect. So typically what I try to do when I first teach people how to hover, I go to 10 feet. Most people would say that's a little bit weird because if I have a hovering auto from 10 feet and stuff, it's a little different. But from 10 feet, you're not likely to hit the ground as much. But the pitch angle, you can keep that pitch angle, and essentially, if there's not a lot of wind happening and all that kind of stuff, you don't have to change anything for the collective at all. But if you're out of ground effect and you don't change anything, it just goes back to out of ground effect. Best way to start if you're 40, free lessons, and then student loans if you can. That's 10 feet off of the bottom of the aircraft, essentially, or 10 feet from the radar altimeter for the Chinooks. But that's not actually the rotor itself. How tall is, here's a question for you user, how tall is the Chinook? So you got 10 feet plus the tall height of the Chinook. That will tell you when you're in ground effect, or basically, but the rotor disc essentially is, one rotor disc is in ground effect for the helicopter. So this is in ground effect, out of ground effect, 18 foot aft rotor height. There you go. But how, no, that's, well, okay, so that's because, I will tell you that I'm not a huge knowledgeable person about the Chinook, and when you're talking about this right now, I really don't know. For 18 feet from the ground for the aft, are you on the ground though when you're taxiing or when you're moving around, or are you talking about a hover? Yes, from the ground. And a hover? But okay, so here's the thing though, that 10 foot is just actually that's not a requirement of in-ground effect to be 10 feet. They'll actually be like deeper into in-ground effect. Like typically I hover at about 3 to 5 foot, so if that makes sense. But I can hover higher and still be in-ground effect. So the Chinook actually can hover higher than 10 feet and still be in-ground effect. If that makes sense, user. 249, that's a lot of numbers. But the height above ground that people are hovering is a decision that people make so that they can benefit from the in-ground effect. So you're getting way more benefit from Newton's third law and in-ground effects when you're really, really close to the ground. I can actually kind of do a bounce if I'm really, really like heavy and hot. I can kind of go down and just whoop, and get like a launch off the ground. So if I was landing at a scene, I'll use the bottom of the screen as my thing. Or if I was trying to take off and it was really heavy and I just don't have any wind because that transverse flow is non-existent or something, and I have to create my whole vacuum myself for induced flow and it's harder, I'll sometimes get really close to the ground so I can benefit from going wah, and kind of launch myself and get some momentum. If I can get some momentum, I can get farther off the ground, fight gravity for a little bit longer, hopefully get some wind. So here's a question. You said that if I'm pulling a lot of collective and I got a lot of torque going on and burning a lot of gas, if I'm burning gas, what happens? If I'm burning gas,
Like the exhaust, I think.
well, then, of course you're getting exhaust and stuff. Okay, our goal originally was 44.52.
You're losing weight.
I'm losing weight. I'm losing weight. I lost weight. You're getting lighter. Thank you. So now the aircraft is only going 4,400 or something. You know, whatever the weight is going to be. So you're going to actually get lighter. So now you don't have to work as hard. So if you're going to get lighter, if the longer you stay and the more gas you burn, you're going to be still creating the same amount of lift. Or if you want to create, you can still create that amount of lift. You can climb a lot faster. So it's going to get lighter and lighter and lighter. So as you're going through the first flight of the day, you're going to get lighter as we go. And that means that you're going to use less power as we go. And then you're going to find yourself hovering with a little different collective position to stay at the same height. So this is the behavior that I'm trying to instill in you when it comes to flying, because a lot of times people just kind of go to a fixed position of that collective, but as they get lighter and lighter and lighter, that changes the whole thing. Now we're able to fight gravity significantly more, so we can actually reduce that collective. If I was to stay at a 2-foot hover at the beginning of the day, by the time I burn all my fuel out, I'll probably be ending up in a 10-foot hover without any extra effort. So hopefully it makes some sense. Is there any questions? Does it make sense to anybody? So it made sense to me. No, Kenny. It doesn't work if nobody understands. Okay, so we're going to talk about centrifugal force again, because that was one of the topics that we talked about a little bit. Torque, it's torque required. Less torque is required when you're basically losing weight. So the lower you are, the lower the torque is and stuff. So we're going to talk about centrifugal force. Blades are spinning. Spinning, spinning, spinning. It's creating that gyroscope. That centrifugal force is essentially caused because the blades want to keep going and we're stopping the blades from keeping going. So we're getting centrifugal force. And it's pulling the blades outward. Our helicopters spin at a constant RPM the whole entire time. So the blades are spinning, that's the correct way, they're spinning at a constant RPM. We call that essentially, we basically, when we're looking at the gauges, we actually use that percentages. So that way we don't actually, some helicopters do have RPM as their thing, and it's in an actual number. So if it says 400 feet per minute, it's going to be basically rotating 400 feet per minute. But they basically are variable pitch blades. We change the pitch, but the RPM stays the same. And our goal is to be at like 100% RPM. So what happens if you have a really heavy weight in your hand? Like, I don't know if you go to the gym, Bryce. Okay, if you have a really heavy weight in your hand and you start to swing it around like this, and you start to swing it around faster and faster and faster and faster and faster, what could you do to your shoulder?
Pull it.
You could pull your shoulder.
Pull a muscle.
You could pull your muscle. So there's a limit to how much RPM we can actually do because of that reason, all right? There's structural limits to this blade. If I have too much, yes, it's an overspeed. If I have too much RPM, I am getting too much centrifugal force, and these blades can actually get pulled off if I have too much force. The 206 is really durable. The R44, really, really durable. But there are limits, essentially, so that the goal of the limit, just so you guys, I'm going to go off a little topic here. Limitations on the aircraft are not to stop you from doing something you want to do and stuff. A limitation of the aircraft is to make it so that the aircraft runs longer and you can keep flying for more. It doesn't do strain on the aircraft, because if you were to make that much strain over and over and over again, essentially it will break. And we don't want things to break early, so we have limits on there. The manufacturers develop those limits so that way we are going to keep the aircraft flying for a lot longer. It's a little bit of a liability thing too, because they don't want to get sued because the helicopter blade just kind of blow off and broke and stuff because we're overspeeding. But if you exceed limits, in most cases it actually doesn't really do as much damage as you would think. Sometimes the manufacturer puts a buffer they don't even talk to you about. Sometimes it's just an inspection to see if anything got damaged. You're not at danger in most cases if you're exceeding a limitation. The only limitation that really gets in dangerous position is if you go above the V&E, because then you get the retreating blade stall, and that blade is stalled, so one blade is not creating enough lift, or you can't create a total lift that you need. You're going to fall out of the sky. You're going to get gravity to win. So, centrifugal force. When I'm on the ground, if I do not have any spinning in the blades at all, there's a weight. The weight of the helicopter, and there's a weight of the blades. Where's the weight going to pull down on the blades? You've probably seen the 407, kind of what they do when they're sitting on the ground without spinning. What are the blades doing?
They're drooping.
They're drooping. Yeah, they're drooping. Gravity is... I'm sorry. Gravity is working. I was just asked, the 407 you can actually visually see them. It's actually easier. But gravity droops them down because gravity's working on it. What's up? Oh, the blades? Are the actual thing?
Oh, no, they're moving. Never mind.
Oh, the moving. Are
I
they?
have a picture of them moving.
I've got videos of everything moving and stuff too. So, thank you everybody who's been shopping for flight instructor and walking by and never saying hi. So, there's like so many people that keep coming through here. I don't know how many views I've got, but yeah, everybody's kind of going through and
You got 20 in here right now.
I know. That's actually better than some women that I've seen on here, so I'm fairly good. Yay. There's some, yeah. Anyways, I'm new to TikTok, sorry. I don't know. Hey, I'm really new to TikTok. I really wasn't expecting to be. It's getting late. I'm going to start getting to that point where it's going to get goofy, and then you guys get entertained. Okay, so the blades are acted upon by weight all the time, and they're basically there. So what happens when you start to introduce a spin?
They come back up.
They come back up because of what? Centrifugal force.
I'm tired.
Centrifugal force, they're pulling the blades. So the blades are actually more rigid when they're spinning. That's how the whole gyroscope actually exists, because the blades are spinning and stuff. So you're getting centrifugal force. It's pulling the blades outward. The weight is really not acting on those blades anymore the same way, because it's a gyroscope. So they're not able to droop at all. If you have enough RPM and speeding enough, it's going to be flat. And it's pretty crazy how it works, but it's just spinning, and the weight of the actual blades are pulling out, and that's keeping them pretty rigid. This is the safest time to approach a helicopter, when it's flat or when it's coming off the ground. Because when it's drooping or when it's not fast enough, you get a lot of flapping down that could potentially hit your head and all that kind of stuff when it first starts off. And I got some videos of I think I have videos on my page that actually show the the rotor starting up or the helicopter starting up. But when you're at idle, so like right now, let's say you're 100% RPM, because that's actually better right now. 100% RPM, because that's our goal. What material are the wings made of? They are not wings, they are rotors. There's a lot of different types of materials. Some of them are composite, aluminum, glass, epoxy, like glass being like a fiberglass kind of thing. So there's a lot of different things. That's okay, rotors, that's good. Hi, hello, how's it going? Or if you've missed a lot of things, Nick, I'm talking about centrifugal force. I'm going to try to get through the lesson today. I'm going to have this recorded and it's going to be posted on YouTube. Good Lord. Does it feel hot in here? I feel like, okay. So weight is still happening, right? But it's happening here. So the helicopter's not going anywhere, right? So when I start to pull pitch, I'm hoping that I get an angle of attack out of it. Most likely I do. So at some point I'm creating an angle of attack if I can pull enough pitch. So now I'm creating what force? Lift. I'm creating lift. So now lift is going to act on the blades. So lift is acting on the blades. Centrifugal force is still acting on the blades. Lift is still now acting on the blades. Now lift, there's actually some pretty crazy pictures out there. Kind of acts like this, kind of looks like that. Not all of the rotor disc actually creates lift. This lift is that negative pressure from Bernoulli's principle, sucking up in the sky. But the tips actually create most of the lift itself. There's a hub and there's a portion of the mechanics and stuff that don't create lift at all. The hub and the actual the root, in most cases, doesn't create any lift at all. So there's an area that doesn't create lift at all. So now we get what's called coning. So it actually creates a big cone because the blades are spinning so fast, it looks like a cone. So now the blades are actually coning. So have you ever seen a figure skater skate? So a figure skater has something called a law of angular momentum happening. When their arms are out and they're starting to spin and they bring their arms in, they start to spin faster. And then if they put their arms out, they start to slow down. The same thing's happening here, because now this has an axis of rotation. And that's the axis of the actual blade system itself rotating in one spot. Center of our vacuum for the most part. We're pretty much pointing the axis of rotation where we want to go. So we have to point the actual blades, not the aircraft fuselage itself. In most cases, we're actually following along with that axis of rotation, but we're basically pointing the direction we want to go with that axis of rotation. But that axis of rotation, when these blades get closer, because they were out like this, the center of mass starts to get closer to that axis of rotation, so it speeds up. So what happens when it speeds up? What else increases if it starts to speed up? If I spin my arms with a weight, what happens? If I'm spinning my arms faster and faster?
Centrifugal force.
Centrifugal force. So it's going to get more centrifugal force. So at some point it comes to a point where it kind of equalizes itself. Hopefully that kind of makes some sense. Because it's trying to spin faster, but then the blades are trying to pull farther out. So it's fighting each other. It's trying to spin like, so it basically,
It wants to do this, but
yeah, so it kind of equalizes because centrifugal force. But you are getting, essentially, as that axis of rotation gets closer, you're actually getting a spin up, but you just don't notice it because the blades are just getting pulled out at the same time. So it doesn't really show much. But there is a time that actually kind of shows up. So if the blades are spinning, and let's say, this is my axis of rotation. let's say right now they're just like that. The center of mass is here, the center of mass is here. If one blade, and this is kind of the case for multi-bladed aircraft and a little bit of different things, and we have to actually compensate for this. If one blade gets closer to that axis of rotation, it's going to want to speed up. If one gets farther away, like from that axis of rotation, it's going to stay or slow down. So we actually have to have an underslung rotor system. There's actually a better picture of that. And then that underslung rotor system is why why we have that design in general for that. So, and the reason I'm talking about the underslung rotor system is something that happens with every two-bladed system, because every two-bladed system is an underslung rotor system. But the underslung rotor system has a fault to it, and this is something that we pretty much talk about in an intro ride, and it's the reason why. Oh, I don't. You'll have to find it. He's going to look up the picture for the it's fudge. You're looking for a picture essentially on the law of angular momentum. It's kind of the thing. Twin rotorcopters. So the twin rotorcopter, anything that's two or more rotor systems, they typically turn in opposite directions so that they compensate for each other's like torque effect, and basically that's how they work. A four-bladed rotor system has it. The funny thing is that when they were designing helicopters originally, they looked a little bit more like drones than the ones that they have today. They have like 6 or 7 blades all positioned just to try to create enough lift. So the drone design was actually a lot earlier than this design that we're typically doing with just a single rotor system and a tail rotor. But you still have coning with the two rotor system, the twin rotor system, if that's what you're asking. The coning is still kind of occurring. If it has 3 or more blades, there's other effects that are happening in there that typically, like a Chinook and stuff for the twin rotor system, it has 3 or more blades, and it's not going to have the same problem. But a two-bladed rotor system, this has a two-bladed rotor system. And it has an underslung system, because what it does is it basically pulls, I think you have a reference in the back you can search, or just Google it, maybe, I don't know. We're not getting there. I don't know. He's digging through the book. He didn't study beforehand. Everybody's shame Bryce for not digging through the book fast enough for us to show you a picture. But it's, I can't draw the picture very well, but the underslung rotor system is designed to keep that axis of rotation, that center, yeah. It keeps the center of mass in the same location. So that's what the underslung rotor system essentially does. So the center of mass stays in the same location with the underslung rotor system, so you don't have any one blade trying to speed up faster than the other. Because that would be weird if one blade is like, I want to speed up because of centrifugal force, or not centrifugal force, law of angular momentum. If you want to speed up, one blade goes faster, this one doesn't, so it's a bad thing. So, but there is a problem with the underslung rotor system. In general, helicopters are designed to look like that most of the time when they're flying. All the weight's holding down from one spot, and all the weight is basically here. Lift is happening here. Centrifugal force is happening here. Helicopters are designed to work like this. There's a problem if the rotor system is not carrying the weight. And this is something you heard in the initial training, which is called a low G condition. So anytime you're less than 1 G, you're getting into a low G condition. Now the blades themselves are getting, the weight of the helicopter is pushing into the rotor system. So now you're actually getting an opposite effect of that thing. Well, the aircraft doesn't know what to do about it because there's a gyroscope up here. Your aircraft essentially starts to roll and do some kind of funky things because of gyroscopic precession and everything else. And if you just try to move the helicopter with the blades kind of going the opposite direction, you can get what's called mast bumping because that underslung rotor system that's there. So for a two-bladed rotor system, the biggest danger is putting forward cyclic really rapidly, getting into a low G condition where you feel like you're coming out of your seat because you're no longer like this. So you're going really fast like a roller coaster. You're more like that. So the underslung rotor system is good because it manages the law of angular momentum, but it actually puts us slightly at a disadvantage because we can't just go forward cyclic. Now, if you are the Red Bull helicopter, if you watch the videos of the Red Bull helicopter, they don't have an underslung rotor system. They can do flips, they can do everything, and it's crazy what they do. Just so you guys know, I met Chuck Aaron. He's a friend of mine on Instagram. Really cool guy. He's the original Red Bull helicopter pilot. He's a fantastic guy. I won't say anything else because he's kind of funny. I see who he likes online. Let's just say that. He's a single guy. Let's just say that. But he's awesome. Anyway, RC stunts. Yeah, so RC stunt helicopters and things like that, they just don't have enough weight to actually pull that much down. So there's not a lot of droop. The longer the blades are, the more droop you're going to have. If you ever see, when they install power lines, they're actually really, 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 really tight, but there's still a dip in the power lines. They can never make it straight because the weight's always kind of holding into one spot. For RC stunt planes and everything else like that, typically they're just so light that they can do whatever they want because there's no reason to have an underslung rotor system because there's actually not a lot of coning occurring. The coning only occurs if there's enough of a length of blades to make the coning happen. That's happening because it's got basically a hinge there. It's a flapping hinge. Helicopters flap and then they feather and they change direction and pitch angle. And then they lead and lag, and those are things we'll talk about later. But we do, when we're flying, we don't want to go forward cyclic because we don't want to get into a low G condition and then possibly get into mast bumping. Mast bumping occurs because we react incorrectly to this little roll that occurs. So if we try to just roll back, the helicopter is designed to hold the weight, and it's no longer holding the weight. The blades will move, and the helicopter is not. So it's a disconnect. When the helicopter is flying, and this is going to be probably the last part of this section, the lift, let's just kind of imagine that there's a black hole above the helicopter, right up here. We're creating a little black hole above us, and we are hanging from that black hole. Because we're creating that little black hole, it's a negative pressure, and we're sticking it right above us in our air. We're creating that little black hole. Not exactly, but the analogy will work, okay? If you have a cord, let me see if I have anything that has any weight on it. I should have been prepared for this. I don't know if this will actually work. So now, this actually does kind of work. I just don't want to break it because this is my microphone thing. Right? So the blades, let's say the blades, this little knot that's here, that's my vacuum. Here's my blades. So that's kind of what's happening here. Okay? because it's basically in that, it's being hung from one position, one little black, like black hole and stuff, we get what's called pendular action. Okay, so we're getting a swing. If I stand here with a little bit of a length to this, let's see if I can do anything. If I have a long length for a long period of time, see that little wobble? There's your drunk person. Okay, so that's your drunk person. It's happening. It's going to wobble. Helicopters wobble. Okay, so pendular action essentially is all the weight's hanging from one point. Helicopters essentially work like pendulums. All the weight is being hung from the main rotor system in one spot. So you got a pendular like this. So that's your pendular action. So one of the things that happens all the time, the pendulum starts to swing because it's actually gaining momentum. So when it starts to swing, it's going to swing, and I can gain the momentum to get to go harder and faster and everything else. So how do I stop this swing? I got to get rid of momentum. So this is the easiest way to get rid of momentum. You see it just drops down?
So you're talking about punching it earlier.
Yeah, so what we're trying to do with the punch is prevent momentum. He's talking about when I deal with a drunk person, you don't kind of just push against the drunk person to get them fixed. You kind of have to punch them. But the longer this is, it'll make more sense if it's longer. So if it's really long, I hope that doesn't fall off because it's kind of expensive. But it's swinging, it's swinging, it's swinging. Just like a kid on a swing set. You know, you're swinging and swinging and swinging. I look a little buffer in this. That's anyway. It's besides the point. Maybe that's why I got some likes and stuff. Anyway, there you go into the gym. The swinging, 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 swinging. That's happening. All right. To get rid of that swing, all I have to do that. It's never going to swing. If I do this all day long, every day, all day long, it is not swinging. Okay, so we're basically preventing the momentum from occurring. So I have to, if I go slow with my movements, what typically happens is I start to get into a swing. So mostly of the time when you're getting into that swing, the easiest thing to do, jiggle the cyclic. Just, and it really works. You'll be surprised. You'll be like, holy crap. Because it will settle. It settles very quickly because gravity wins. You know, it basically doesn't have the momentum to fight gravity because that momentum is what's fighting gravity right now to make it swing higher. I'm not allowing momentum to swing. It's just kind of there. Scratch. Who scratched me? To go down to stop. So I let gravity win if I want to stop, if that's what you're asking. I didn't break that. Hopefully, does that make any sense for that? Okay. All right. So basically with the little vacuum that we're creating above us, that little thing, we now have pendular action happening, swinging the aircraft. And we have to stop that. We have to keep it from happening. It's even a common mistake among pilots who have 2,500 hours. Because I see it all the time. Because when the hydraulics fail, your power steering essentially fails, there is a little bit of slop in the controls. So when you move, it doesn't actually move and fix the problem. It takes a delay. So if you're delaying too long, you start to get swinging and everything else too. With pulling on the collective effect of pendular motion, the only thing the pulling on the collective does is potentially increase your vacuum strength. So if you pull on the collective, when you're leaning back or something, you're just sucking farther, faster back. You're just gonna go, boom. So the only thing that stops pendular motion is basically stopping the swing from happening. So we can use the cyclic to kind of do that. So we move basically by sucking ourselves in the direction we want to go. If we want to stay in a hover, which is the goal for most people, when they're first starting out, they want to hover just like this. Helicopters, like I showed you that little wobble that was occurring, because there's just a little swing that happens all the time. It just kind of sits there. We tilt and basically we suck ourselves, we point the vacuum, but we're pointing the axis of rotation, not specifically the helicopter. And that will make a little more sense when we start to talk about why the mast bumping occurs, because the mast bumping occurs because we still have the axis of rotation in one spot, but we're mechanically trying to change the direction of the helicopter without being hanging from the thing. We're designed to have a pendulum. The pendulum is actually beneficial to us. We want to have the pendulum, but we don't want it swinging. But just getting rid of the momentum kind of helps. So the collective, pulling on the collective will actually make it worse. Now, no, not make it worse in the way that you're thinking. It's just going to move you. So here's some analogies for you guys, if you guys have been listening for a while. Anybody been scuba diving? He's laughing because he knows what I'm talking about now. Has anybody been scuba diving? Yes, Ant-Man has been scuba diving. Okay, do you know what a buoyancy compensator is? Oh, man.
I'm going to let you explain that again. I'm going to go back.
Oh, okay. You don't know what a buoyancy compensator, when you're scuba diving, specifically, you're wearing a weight belt, and it's sucking you down to the bottom of the ocean. The weight belt it's crazy, because why would you wear weight in the water that's pulling you down to the bottom of the ocean? Yes, it's a BCR, a buoyancy compensator, and a regulator kind of thing. But also, so what that's doing is you're actually adding air to the system so you can be neutrally buoyant, because what your goal is in your scuba diving is to do this. We don't want to do this a lot when we're scuba diving. The collective changes the strength of the vacuum, and the throttle changes the speed of the vacuum essentially, so that also can change the strength of the vacuum. The collective is like a buoyancy compensator. Set it and leave it. Don't mess around with it too much, because if you move the collective a lot, you're messing up the buoyancy of the actual aircraft, and you're either going to descend or going to suck yourself in a direction in whatever. Far too many people mess around with the collective, and they don't need to. You can actually use the cyclic to kind of change the attitude of the aircraft, the pitch attitude or the roll attitude of the aircraft. I'm going to make... that's not a helicopter. It doesn't sound... That's a horrible helicopter. Anyways, it's basically sucking it forward. But basically, no, it's not trim, because what it is a set, it's buoyancy. So what you're doing is setting how much this vacuum is actually working for you. As long as we fight gravity, because this is the goal, our goal is to make 4,452 pounds of lift. And so we're basically trying to do that. Now, if you're leaning forward, you're going to lose some of the lift. And so you have to pull up more collective in order to do that. But at some point, you can actually leave the collective and just fly along. But you can still kick yourself down. You can still kick yourself up without touching the collective at all. It does fly like an airplane when you're flying in just straight and level forward flight. It's actually just the same thing. It just doesn't fly as fast, but it's still kind of the same control attitude and everything else. Is there any other questions on that kind of stuff? I'm probably going to be on for about 15 more minutes. I appreciate all this likes and everything else. Holy cow. I don't even know what that is. Days of Duo. I don't know what I mean. All right. Welcome, Dustin. I'm almost to the end of this. I'm going to 15 more minutes, and I'm really going to read out. That's 3 hours. Jeez. I'm going to try to get on at 6 o'clock tomorrow because I'm trying to get Bryce caught up. There's a couple more things that we're going to talk about in order to kind of help Bryce to be able to fly for the first hour. And then that way...
Maybe we can live stream that.
Huh?
Maybe we can try to live stream
live stream. We can try to live stream your first flight. That'd be kind of fun.
You can get a sticky mount.
Yeah. Well, I've got tons of stuff. I just don't know how to set it up. That's 6 p.m. Central Time. If you really want me to do the math on Zulu time for 6 p.m., I'm too tired to try to do some math and stuff. I miss all the beginning language, so sometimes things are confusing, playing catch up. It's totally understandable. I'm going to try to record or it's all recorded, but I'm going to try to post all the... It's midnight, yeah. I'm going to try, I got distracted, but I'm going to try to post all these videos so you guys can rewatch it and everything else. Because the biggest thing is, yes, live stream his flight. I wish, I hope, I don't know. My YouTube is Helicopter Pilots Suck. Does anybody now understand why I'm the suckiest man alive? Can somebody please tell me, yes, I understand now. How do I fight the wind? We have to suck against the wind. We have to tilt the rotor. If the wind is pushing this way, I have to basically suck against the wind to stop the aircraft from moving. Focus on flying, no live streaming lessons. Yeah, well, no, we're not going to be able to see you guys, so we'll be able to focus.
No.
It's just going to be potentially just mountain. You'll see the actual lesson itself. So, but that would be really interesting. I'm glad you asked the question, though, how do you fight the wind? So how do you know where the wind is coming from? You usually have a wind sock, and you're getting pushed, okay? So if I was to just sit still, it's like an air hockey puck. Because when I'm in ground effect and hover, it's basically like a hockey puck. And it's hovering on a little bubble of air, essentially. And we're sucking ourselves up in the sky, but that Newton's third law is helping. If I sat there with the hockey puck on the air hockey table and I just nudge it with no real force at all, it's going to slide all over the place. So the wind starts to push you in the direction that the wind is pushing. So all you have to do is try to change where you're pulling the helicopter with that vacuum to get where you need to go. 15 minutes ago, good. All right, I'm sorry if you just got here. I'm trying to tell people it's here, but I'm going to try to put this out so people can have it. And Dion, if you want me to start from scratch, set up a time to try to do this from scratch, and I'll try to live stream it again so somebody can else. Fly in the rain is actually the easiest way to clean your helicopter. So I like flying in the rain because it actually cleans the blades. If your vacuum is dirty, does it work as well? No. So the cleaner the blades are, the better the vacuum is actually going to work. And so if I fly through rain, it's cleaning the blades. If it's heavy, heavy rain and I can't see, that's a different story. Because obviously you don't even want to drive in heavy rain, and that's on the ground because you can't see anything. So, but I can fly in the rain. I don't fly in ice because parasitic drag. You want me to talk about parasitic drag tonight? Parasitic drag is anything that is not creating lift, is a parasite, okay? If you're living off your parents, you're a parasite. Not really. I'm sure you're helping around the house. If you're not doing anything around the house, you're a parasite. But anything that's not creating lift is a parasite, so you're getting parasitic drag. The parasitic drag increases as you go faster and faster and faster. There are 3 different types of drag, and I'm not going to get into all those tonight. I'll talk those later. A snowstorm is dry rain, basically. So I'll fly in a snowstorm. As long as it's not going to ice up and ice my blades, then I can fly in a snowstorm. The reason that I don't want to basically fly in icing conditions, so this is the area of the blades themselves. If I get into icing conditions, some of that area is now going to get reduced because some of the ice is disrupting the area that's actually producing lift. So I can't fight gravity as much. Coincidentally, if you are trying to fight the ice, you have to increase your angle of attack, so you're pulling more power, so it's requiring more torque. So if your torque starts increasing, then you got ice on your blades. If you're not trying to do anything else, but icing conditions and things like that, when it's really, really, really cold, I don't fly with icing conditions. I've been flying for 20 years, and honestly, I'm very cautious about flying. I'm really, really cautious about flying. I don't put myself at risk by flying and doing a lot of maneuvers. I have way less hours than the people who have been in this industry for the same amount of time, partially because the military stopped my flight time. Whenever you're flying in the military, you don't fly unless you're deployed. But ultimately speaking, I get really, I'm very cautious about how I fly, and flying in snow is okay, but flying in ice is bad. Cutoff for a helicopter pilot, there's no real cutoff. The reason that there's no cutoff, as long as you can get a medical certificate, then you're good. Bryce, I think I'm done for tonight for the lessons. I appreciate you being here for it. Is there any questions you have?
No, stuck my head.
Okay, keep reading. Keep the reading in the room. Bryce is awesome. He's actually the best garbage cleaner in the building.
I paint.
He does a lot, actually. He paints aircraft. He's learning to become a mechanic, but he's 18 years old, so I can pick on him a little bit. So, but he's Bryce. It's not tomorrow. We're not flying tomorrow, I don't think. I have to do other stuff. I got 2 more days of working with a pilot that's supposed to be really smart, teaching him advanced maneuvers that most people don't practice a lot. So heated alcohol, don't do alcohol. I don't drink. I hate. The one restriction with alcohol is that you can't come in completely wasted, but have any residual effects and stuff. You can drink, but just 8 hours bottle the throttle, and then there's a blood alcohol level that you can't do. All that kind of stuff. You can take off, Rice, stuff. I may stay on if there's any other people asking questions.
Okay, I'm listening to the questions.
There's some very good questions. I like the snow question and all that kind of stuff. I don't even remember who said this in the snow question. Spend a lot of time doing corrosion control on halos. Do you discipline inspect the helicopter? Yes, absolutely. So Password Funny has been asking some amazing questions about helicopters. I appreciate it. So every helicopter pilot has to do something called a pre-flight before they go and fly. Bryce hasn't even been taught that, so we're not going to get to that flying part until he actually does it. But we have to do a disciplined inspection of the helicopter. Helicopters are actually safer than cars because we have a lot more restrictions that keep us essentially following laws and regulations than you guys in your cars do. I don't think you do very many inspections on your car every time you drive, but we inspect the helicopter every time. So how much does it cost for school? I am trying to cut some of the costs with your free lessons here. So I'm trying to reduce that kind of cost. So it's per hour usually for the flight time. And so flight time right now, we're flying an R-44 helicopter. The reason we're flying an R-44 helicopter is because it's the most beneficial for jobs. The R-44 helicopter is the top selling helicopter in the world. You can get a job anywhere with it. Your insurance will like you. You're not trying to, you're going to have a lot more opportunities for it, but it's $650 an hour to run. That includes the flight instructor, the gas, oil, insurance, everything that costs a lot of money on a helicopter. I wish it was cheaper, but it's a little harder. I inspect all the bolts. I'm looking for torque stripes. There's essentially a torque value, or some nuts and bolts are actually torqued a certain amount. And that's a torque wrench that's actually used. And then the mechanics do inspections too. So there's a level of maintenance, and actually Bryce is doing some of that too. So he's not just the trash thing. I was just trying to pick on him. But he's a good kid. This is late at night, but anyways, we do a lot of good inspections on the helicopter. A person who gets themselves into trouble is typically the ones who are getting a little complacent with that, and they're not doing the actual inspection on the helicopter properly. There are accidents that occurs because of that. So that's a good question. Password funny, funny is great. The electrical system is essentially the mechanics doing that. Helicopter pilots can't really, I don't actually like to get shocked anyway, so I'm not going to be pulling on wires and stuff, but I'm looking to see if the wires are all connected to where they need to go. I'm going to talk a little bit about the maintenance side of things because I was a Black Hawk mechanic before I became a Black Hawk pilot. So there is a significantly better maintenance in aviation compared to what you do in your car. Every single item that's on that aircraft has to be essentially certified that is installed correctly. So if I take off one bolt from the aircraft, I have to write it down and I have to record I took off one bolt, and I have to record and I put it back on. And I have to actually do that in order, and I have to be specific, and then I have to actually sign, date, put my name and my social security and all that stuff on there. Not social, but I'm just saying, is so specific that I have to actually make such a specific thing for just one little bolt that I remove and take off and put back on. So the mechanics, and I like doing the mechanics side too, but I just don't have time. Mechanics are key to keeping the aviation good. I had a bad mechanic in Yuma, Arizona, and that actually made a helicopter a paperweight because he wasn't doing the paperwork properly. So I'm not going to fly a helicopter, even if it ran and I could get in there and I can fly. I'm not going to do that because the paperwork is wrong. So mechanics inspect all the electrical parts, all the mechanical parts, everything that's going on before you're actually getting the aircraft. That is what my buddy is telling me that he has to do on every boat. It's not a joke. It is not a joke. I am literally every single line, every weight. If you have to weigh the parts, if it's a spinning part, you have to actually weigh the parts. It actually has to, oh man, it is so detailed for the mechanic side of things. It's crazy. So there's an annual physical phase inspections. There's every kind of inspection. There are 500 hours inspections, 300 hours inspections, 100 hours inspections, 150 hour inspections, 50 hour inspections, annual inspections. Everything is actually inspected a lot. That's what actually makes aviation so safe. The reason, okay, I'm going to get a little bit on a high horse here. I hate the news. And I work for a news company. I hate the news because what they're doing is dramatizing some of these accidents that are happening because they're so rare, there's something to talk about. If they did that for cars, that's all you'd hear. I go down the highway and I see a car that's crashed on the side of the highway like every single day. There's a car that's parked on the side of the highway. If you go down 70, you got 15,000 cars because it seems like everybody just crashed during the weather and stuff like that. But aviation is so incredibly safe that I've been flying it for 20 years and never had an accident or incident. It's just how you fly and what you do and keep yourself essentially proficient at the job. Don't get complacent, take breaks when you need to, and you end up being a career pilot.
It's always said that a helicopter is worth almost nothing without the paperwork too.
Oh, it's not. It is nothing. Okay. So Bryce made the comment that the helicopter is essentially worth nothing without the paperwork. That is 1,000% true, even though 100% is actually the only real number. But anyways, for the most part, it is literally a paperweight. You can do whatever you want with that paperweight, but it's not going to fly, and it's not going to get certified to actually go up in the air without that correct paperwork. So I will say the company I work for, Heli Inc., one of the best companies in the world for maintenance. It's one of the reasons that I actually become part of this company. Is there a separate electrician for aviation? Yes, because they are actually certified to do the work for aviation kind of thing. Used to tell my family it was safer deployed. Yes. Yes, it's true. It is safer than, like most of the world is safer than going to Massachusetts because they have massholes there. But driving is actually crazy. We got desensitized with the idea that driving is safe, but the reality is it's crazy. My license plate says I'd rather be flying because it's just so much safer. Man, Password Funny, you're asking so many great questions of small stuff. How long mini helicopter can fly without refueling? It's all about how much it burns. And it's all about the rate it burns. Now, we talked a little bit earlier, and I don't know if you saw, if I pull more torque or basically have more power involved, that's burning more gas. It's like going in your car. Your car actually has an ideal range. As you go in too fast, you're actually getting too much parasitic drag, essentially. And if you're going too slow, you're actually creating a lot of induced flow, and you have to have, so you get an induced drag. So your gas changes based on your actual mode of flight. If I'm going too fast, then I'm burning more gas. So for like example, for a helicopter, for a long Ranger helicopter, for this helicopter specifically, I'm burning about 250 pounds per hour of gas. And that's how much I'm basically burning in weight. That's the average kind of thing. So I can actually fly for 3 hours, but I don't fly for 3 hours. I fly for 2.5 because I'm landing with fuel. And that's another thing that makes aviation safe. We have to have more gas than is actually required to get to the destination. I remember when they went crazy over the Kobe. It's news. It's all news and stuff. And but the amount of times that people fly all the time with the crashes that are occurring, man, I don't even know how many helicopters flew. And I think I flew for 3.5 hours today as it is. So multiply that by 15,000 helicopters that are going all over the place or whatever. There's a lot of flying going on. Do you have to watch fuel, or does it let you know? There's a gauge that lets you know, and you have to watch your gauge for keeping the fuel and everything else. Fuel is our life and blood, essentially, for flying. We do have to keep that we have to watch our fuel gauge and everything else. And Password Funny has got some great questions. I appreciate these. I'm trying to just get people interested, and this is actually really good because you're actually getting a lot of stuff. So this is a great question. How many gauges watch it? I'm going to get to that question first. Password Funny, real quick, there's a couple gauges that we're watching. There's probably about 15 gauges that we're looking at. They all tell us certain things. Having a conversation with the aircraft requires you to look at gauges. The gauges start talking about certain aspects of the aircraft, telling me how much torque I'm pulling, how much fuel I'm burning, how much my oil is actually working properly, how much RPM I'm doing. So the gauges are there to give me a conversation with the aircraft so I can make a decision. If I don't talk to the aircraft, I shouldn't be making a decision. It's kind of like if I don't talk to my spouse about where to go to dinner, probably shouldn't be making a decision, that kind of thing. I'm going to answer the question about the jobs that are out there. Get out here, unless you're done. See ya, Bryce. Bryce is getting out. So helicopter pilots do a lot of different stuff that most people don't even understand. Crop dusting alone is what gives you a lot of the lettuce that's on your table. So if you like lettuce, look at where that lettuce came from. In the United States, mostly the lettuce is mostly coming from Yuma, Arizona, of all places. It is right next to the border, and that's where they do crop dusting day and night, essentially, and they spray the fields and keep the bugs off. So crop dusters are actually part of the jobs that helicopters do. We do EMS, firefighting. We do power line patrols where we're checking the power lines. We're cutting the trees away from the power lines so we can actually prevent like ice from breaking and knocking down the power lines. So we're maintaining those. There's gas lines that we're inspecting. We're flying around and checking gas lines, oil rigs, transportation, tours, flight instruction. and there's a lot of different jobs that most people don't even realize. Kind of a high-level overview of the process of becoming a commercial pilot. Okay. John, great question. But it's going to take a second to me to kind of give you a little bit of a process. Yeah, CC or Chris, honestly, people don't even realize that a lot of things are happening behind the scenes. Even the construction on the power lines are usually done by a helicopter moving the actual poles in place, or standing them up, because they're basically gigantic cranes that actually can move things. But there's like rescues out of the ocean. I mean, there's some things that helicopters do. I'm going to answer the question that John had about the overview for the process of becoming a commercial pilot. I first want you, John, to decide what kind of career path you want to go. And then there's a reason why I want you to do that first. See what's interesting. If you just want to be a tour pilot, taking all the hot women in bikinis up into the air, then that's a job that's actually out there in Hawaii. If you want a specific kind of job, you want to know that job first, because then you can decide how many hours is actually required to get to that final job that your goal is going to be. My job has been as a flight instructor. I love doing it, but I've also wanted to be in the leadership roles and everything else, so the hours are kind of due. And that's not exactly the question that you're asking, but the reason I'm trying to say that is it keeps you motivated, John, if that makes sense. If you have that final end goal of what you're going to do, it keeps you motivated so that you can actually work towards the actual job that you want. When you get to the point that you know what job you want, you have to kind of work backwards. And you can say, this is how many flight hours I actually have to have in order to actually get the job that I want. And if it's 1,000 hours, 15,000, I don't know, whatever job you're trying to get into, you got to work back on those kind of things. When you're starting to go through the process of learning, though, you need to have at least 150 hours of flight time to get a commercial license. So that's the total time that minimal time that you actually have to have. So when you're at 150 hours, though, there's not a lot of jobs you can get to go to the next level. So most people end up with a flight instructor job. You need 200 hours typically for that, and then you can actually do flight time to get paid to be a flight instructor. And so I've been doing that for 20 years, and essentially, the time that I'm in the air and stuff like that, that's where I build the time. So for the commercial license, it's just experience. Once you get a private pilot's license, which you need to have 40 hours minimum to get a private pilot's license, I'll answer that, Nick, in a little bit. But 40 hours is minimum for a private pilot's license. But a private pilot's license is just like a lesson or license to learn, or a private pilot certificate. You're not going to be able to get a job, but you can take people up for rides, and you can go solo to places. You can fly yourself and your family over the Golden Gate Bridge, because I did that all the time with some of these brand new people that I had that were getting done with their private. They were taking their families over the Golden Gate Bridge the next day, kind of thing. But the key, John, is to get that first that goal in mind. Start working your way back as to what that's requiring, and then you need to start building the hours that are getting to that point. And then the commercial license itself is basically, it's just a higher standard of private pilot's license. There's actually no difference in the check ride. It's just a higher standard that you're kept to. But the private pilots is, where you start with everything. I basically have maximized the time that helicopter pilots get into the seat when they're learning how to fly. And I will recommend anybody who's watching this, if you ever go to a flight instructor, ask them to teach you to fly at night instead of during the day in the first flight for the hovering. Because you will learn how to hover at night better than the day. And I actually have a video that I'm going to try to get on TikTok for it. So the thought on why the military is cutting back is the same thing that they cut back on everything. It's budgeting, and there's costs involved. When I was a Black Hawk pilot, it cost about $1 million to train me. So I got about $1 million worth of training in a Black Hawk helicopter and a Bell 2 TH-67, all the ground school, all the time that I got paid. So that's like $1 million for one pilot that may never do anything pilot related. And they may sit on a desk and stuff. So the military cuts costs all the time. So the military just doesn't train as much. Plus, the problem that they're having now, or the things that I'm finding, is that most of the military pilots are being trained to be co-pilots and not actual pilots. They're not getting the actual skills that are required to actually become pilots that are proficient at flying. They're expecting to have somebody next to them help them. So, does that answer the question, Nick? Used to fly every other night next to the house at 2 or 3. That's probably a medical helicopter then. It's 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Most of the medical helicopters are still flying. And if you're near a hospital, I'm sorry, but yeah. Did I answer the question about how to get a commercial? I know it's weird that I said it. Just really focus on first the private, because once you get a private, you can actually rent a helicopter and you can end up taking your own. You can go solo. Here's another thing that most flight schools don't tell you. You can do more solo than the minimum. There's a minimum hours that you have to go solo, but you can fly all by yourself anywhere you want with a private pilot's license. You can fly around the world with a private pilot's license, and you don't have to pay for the instructor on board. You're saving money if you don't have to have somebody on board being there, because most flight schools are getting paid more. They were spinning next to light. I don't know if they were. Private pilot's license stuff, you can actually share the costs though. You can have passengers essentially carry some of the load of the cost of the flight. When you go on those kind of flights, you got to be kind of careful with a private, not to drop them off. I've seen a lot of people out there dropping off their friends at places, and that's actually not a bad thing, or good thing, I should say. So maybe I was on training line, but it just spin next to light for about, it's probably police then. I don't know. Have I seen a UFO in the air? So an unidentified flying object can be anything. There's always things that we don't identify that we see in the air, but nothing like a UFO that way. I wish. That would be kind of fun. Like, I see that. What the hell? What is that? That would be kind of fun. Training line could be a lot of kind of stuff. So the new Lockheed Black Hawk self-flying helicopter, that's going to not overtake some of the need for helicopter pilots, because there has to be an infrastructure in place to be able to deal with any of that kind of AI flying or any kind of stuff that's actually more technical. If it's all battery powered, and there has to be lithium batteries available and all that kind of stuff. There's infrastructure is not there, and most people are not going to want to get into a helicopter. If you don't even want to get into a self-driving car, I don't think you want to get into a self-flying helicopter. And so there's still a lot of use and stuff. The infrastructure for helicopters right now is so good that helicopter pilots are better to put in the seat. We're actually cheaper. That self-flying helicopter is like $10 million more than the real Black Hawk, and that's insane. So I'm not still in the military. I was out of the military in 2015. With birds, some birds just die. Some birds can do some damage. We try to avoid the bigger birds. The helicopter is a vacuum, so anything above us will get sucked down into the rotor system, and it is a big fan. It's just basically a big blender, and unfortunately, that always makes a big mess. So the type of helicopter jobs that have the largest shortage right now are probably EMS type of work. Because, well, there's a lot of EMS jobs that are being posted. If you go on to JS Firm, you can actually look at jobs that are being posted, and it'll kind of show you what kind of jobs are out there. Those jobs are now throwing a lot of money, like a $50,000 bonus, just to be a part of their company. And there's like annual bonuses that they throw at you. When I was working in my job, I was making more than an airline pilot because I wasn't working as often as far as per hour goes. Because the airline pilots, they only get paid if they're flying, and I was getting paid regardless of that kind of stuff. So, yeah. But the biggest shortage is really going to be the medical industry. I was in the medical industry for almost 6 years. You may don't know this. I was wondering if height affects pressure on the brain. Yes, it does, actually. Oh, okay. I want to talk about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So if you have a lot of pressure in your brain or whatever, because there's fluid and stuff, as you get higher up in altitude, that fluid can expand. And it's the same thing if you were to go diving and come up, you can get the bends, essentially. So there is some pressure. It's not as much, though, when you're flying but you will feel when you are doing auto rotations, you'll actually feel that pressure change. Your ears will kind of pop. So just FYI, the HEMS company I work for requires a minimum of 2,000 hours for each pilot. That's 2,000 hours because of the 135 operation that they're doing. Most medical helicopter companies, though, can actually hire somebody less and then get them to just move their helicopters around. So there are jobs that are actually out there from medical helicopter companies that start at like 1,700 hours. But if your goal is to be a medical helicopter company, or a pilot and stuff like that, and which is a great career and stuff, then you can work your way up to that. You do need some turbine time. You do need an instrument rating for them. But there are people who are getting hired for the medical company that are 1,700 pretty much hours. And then they're going in the simulator and just flying around in a simulator to build time because they have a pretty nice simulator and some of the stuff. You can get the bends, translate. I don't actually know what that means. You can get the bends. I think that just means that people are giving you money so you can actually buy a Benz. How much does a personal helicopter cost? You can get one for $50,000. It's a one-seat helicopter called the Mosquito. It's actually kind of a cool helicopter. I think it would be kind of fun. The bends. Oh, the bends. Oh, okay. You're talking about the bends. Sorry. So the bends are something that happen because your air in your lungs and your air in your blood and everything else like that, essentially, when you go up and from the bottom of the ocean, you go up to the top of the ocean, there's a lot of pressure differences. So you actually get that it's called Boyle's Law, and there's a lot of different other things for it. But there's air that's actually getting expanded, and it's actually causing a problem. That's called the bends. So that's what the bends is. It's a name for here I'll spell it. It's not Benz like Mercedes. B-E-N-D-S, Benz. So that can kind of help. Can you get hours by flying a simulator? Yes, some of it. So it has to be a certified simulator. Here's the great thing. The FAA knows that it's expensive to learn how to fly, so they actually allow you to use, in some cases, Microsoft Flight Simulator to actually learn how to fly and count that towards some of your flight time if you have a certain amount of stuff. You have to set it up properly. So the simulator itself has to be pretty strict. You have to have certain aspects of it. For fixed wing, it's a little easier to create that kind of a helicopter. Or for fixed wing, it's easier to create that kind of simulator, but for a helicopter, it's a little harder. How much money does it take to get privately to get an easiest helicopter license? $650 an hour times 60. So like that's kind of the average for flight time alone. I'm trying to cut the cost password. That's the whole point of this. If you get free lessons on ground, it's saving you the cost, and all you have to worry and focus on is the cost to fly a helicopter. I wish I could make it cheaper, but I'm trying to teach in the best helicopter that's going to help with the industry and getting jobs and all that kind of stuff. Yes, take over your kids' PC flight stuff. I actually have VR. That's a PlayStation VR that I can fly a jet in there and stuff. But if you can get your PC set up with virtual reality, you can do a ton with that. There's people who are flying in VR in helicopters over the torquing the hell out of the helicopters, but they're doing like some kind of military simulator thingy, and they're flying helicopters around, and it gives you a good sense of how the air is actually doing it. The one thing I want to stress though about a simulator is that your body is not feeling the same way. That's why I say that drone pilots, drone operators are actually not pilots, they're drone operators, because they're actually not having any effect on their bodies. And then they're also just telling the drone, hey, can you do this? The receiver is really quick, so they're saying, hey, can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do this? But if that drone lets go, it's going to go from there. But times what? 60 is the typical average. You need 40. If you can get to 40, you're in much better shape. I was about 65 when I went through. Flight sim is awesome stuff. But 60 hours is kind of the average that people get a private pilot's license. Your time that you get in the aircraft should be, you need to maximize the effort for that time that you're in the aircraft. If you don't maximize the effort in that time, then you're going to spend more money, you're going to fly longer. The one thing medic bowling that you have to understand is that the cost can be less, but it may not be efficient. I hope that makes kind of sense. You can get a smaller helicopter that is charging you less per hour, but it's going to take you more to actually be proficient in that. The R-44 helicopter is a lot more stable helicopter, so it's $650 an hour because of the operating cost for it. The insurance alone is the reason why that cost is so high. It used to be a lot less. The insurance is ridiculously high right now. The reason the insurance is so high, just so you guys know, is because of Boeing, of all things. Yeah, I am not joking. It went so sky high because of Boeing costing millions and millions of dollars because of their screw up. And their 737 crap. That's the reason it's $650 an hour, and I can't make it cheaper. I wish I could. But it's an R-44 helicopter that I fly to teach people how to fly because it's actually really good. 39 is so not late. Holy cow, I've got people who are asking at 50 and 60, and you're not too late, Mr. Rogers. You can start and do everything that I'm trying to suggest and just start getting some knowledge. This is what the lessons are for. Start going to a simulator, start getting some experience doing that. Get a medical license or medical certificate, excuse me. Not a license. You guys are getting me late here. But 39 is not too late. So, do you have good eyes or certain eyesight? So my left eye is super bad. My right eye is really good, so it kind of matches. So I do have glasses that I fly with. These are the real aviator glasses, by the way. So the real aviator glasses are the ones actually from the military. These are Randolph kind of brand and stuff. My glasses, my eyes aren't perfect. You don't have to have perfect eyes, but you do need to have them corrected to 20/20. So if you have glasses, you're totally fine. The military used to allow or make it so you had to have 20/20 vision, but when I went through, they were fine with glasses. So they gave me some. So hey, these are good questions. I'm glad you're asking because I'm really trying to make this stuff as much as quickly as I can. Give us a rundown, give a game plan for getting it done. Okay, Mr. Rogers, first thing you want to do is actually go and take an intro ride. Intro rides are about $300 in a 44. You can get them probably cheaper somewhere if you want to just do a 22. It doesn't matter, just get an intro ride. The intro ride is done to give you an idea of what a helicopter essentially does and how it flies and where it can land, and it gives you controls. 1 hour, a half hour, doesn't matter. It's all flight time. The one thing I want to stress is that 1 hour never expires. So the hour that I did in 2004 doesn't expire, it doesn't go away, it doesn't lose value, it still stays on for everything. Oh, I gotta do this swipe thing again because I've been on for so much. So you get that one first flight first. Then you start coming to me for lessons. when you get through the lessons, I'm going to teach you the basics of the aircraft. The goal is to make it so that you understand it so well you can predict the behavior of the aircraft. So then the next time you're flying, you can actually get better at it. If you need financing, there is student loans that are actually out there. You can actually go to a bank like Sallie Mae. You do typically have to sign up to a college as well and kind of go concurrently with that college. But there are ways to do that. But when you start flying, first flights should be at night, and that's going to be an odd thing that most people are not going to understand, and I can explain to any instructor out there the benefits of first flight being at night, because you're actually going to get a better benefit from flying at night. It's quieter, there's not as many people flying around, and you also are getting essentially just a way better grasp of how the hovering is actually looking. Once you did that, once you got the first flights and stuff like that, you're just working towards getting solo. And then after solo, you're working towards getting essentially a certificate that allows you to take people on board, which is called the private pilot's license. Once you can start taking people on board, take your family over to the Golden Gate Bridge and fly over and stuff. And then you can kind of do it. Do you want to get a logbook? You can log the ground, but it's you can always just do a piece of paper. Hey, Captain, I want to become an airline pilot. Do I need to take a loan? Should I do 61 or 141? Oh, here's the problem with the 141. It's structured. It took me 6 months to become a pilot. It's from zero, all the way up. You can't do that with a 141. 61, you can go as quickly as possible. I'm actually a helicopter pilot. I am the director of training for Helicopters, Inc. I also have my own flight school. Captain Justin is a little bit of it's a true thing. I'm a captain in helicopters, but I'm also a persona. I'm trying to basically do that. That's why I'm the suckiest man alive, man. You know, that's kind of thing. Expensive flight schools. I've answered this question a couple times. It's expensive if you have somebody who is not willing to give you some free ground training, but also if it depends on the kind of helicopter you're actually learning in. The cheaper helicopters are going to be cheaper, but if you want to carry more weight, it's going to cost a little bit more per hour. The Bell 206 is about $800 an hour to run, and that's without the pilot and stuff. So, Terrell, I can answer a lot more of that question when it comes to that specific thing by breaking down it, but you can do some actual stuff. Am I in the Midwest? Is Missouri in the Midwest? I'm in the Midwest. I'm in Missouri. I'm in St. Louis, so I don't know if that's Midwest. I do have I'm setting up a pilot dormitory to help keep some costs down if you're coming here. You do have to pay a little bit for it, but I'm trying to keep it nice, and it's got an Eskin filter and Hexclad, all that kind of stuff. What made you want to go into helicopters? That's a great question. I love helicopters because I don't have to taxi on the ground. Airplanes have to. Here's an airplane. I'm gonna represent an airplane. I have to taxi around to get to the airplane. It's the part that I can actually go and take off, and I have to take a specific road to get on. That's an airplane. Okay, so an airplane just taxis around forever. Helicopter pilots, hurrah! I just go. So helicopters, I can just take off. I don't have to actually do anything. I actually flew some airplanes and stuff. I think a seaplane would be a little more fun than a regular airplane. Airplanes get kind of boring, to be honest. You're taking off from one airport to another. Helicopters, I've landed at beaches. I've landed at banks. I've got a funny story if you guys want to hear. You have to say yes if you want to hear it. But I've landed at places that are pretty cool. Picked up Zuckerberg and his wife. I've picked up Gordon Ramsay. I have done some YouTubers, a lot of different stuff. Helicopters require less. Yes, okay, everybody wants to know the story. Dyslexia is not a disqualification because I'm half dyslexic sometimes. But it's a little challenging. There's some things that I will write incorrectly because of my every pilot is slightly dyslexic and stuff. I would love to fly Airwolf. If I could fly it, I'd have to learn how to start. And I can learn how to start an aircraft and I can fly. But okay, here's the funny story. So This is the funniest story I've ever had. Running with surfer ferries, I love it. It's the truth. But airports are for airplanes. That's what they're there for. But man, I've gotten okay. So I landed at a bank once. So when you land at a bank in a helicopter, people don't think it's a good thing, or people kind of freak out and all these kind of stuff. So I landed at the bank, and seven cop cars came to see if I was robbing the bank. So I get to this bank and I land. I see this cop car come. I'm shutting down. I'm not even out of the helicopter yet. I see another cop car come. I see another cop car come. I see a cop car that's not a cop car. It's a, undercover cop car. It is coming up and everything. It's parking everybody. So 7 cop cars later, and I get out, and this is the conversation. Are you robbing the bank? No, I'm not. I'm not robbing the bank. Why are you here? My boss wanted to land on the bank's lawn so that he could sign some paperwork. So I was actually there for a real estate developer that wanted to go to the bank to sign some paperwork for some kind of thing. So ends up that everybody was calling the police department, and almost all of the cops in the whole entire city were there at this bank because people were saying, there's a helicopter there at the bank. They're robbing the bank. They're trying to get away. So ultimately, I ended up having a great conversation with the director, or the prime inspector that was in this cop car or whatever. And he's building an airplane in his backyard, and we're talking about that the whole time after we clarified that I'm not there to rob the bank. So is that a funny story? If that deserved a like and a follow, hopefully that... Nah. You guys have been great. I don't know. Oh, it is in Florida. It is in Florida too, by the way. It was in Florida. That was where I was. You don't need a clearance if you're in land and stuff. Florida's crazy, man. Everybody, it was a small town, everybody's just crazy. But it was, that's the funniest thing that I have story-wise. I tell it quite a bit. The other funny story is the helicopter pilots suck, because we're vacuums. We suck ourselves up in the sky. So I missed this. There was a thing. Talk about pilot clothing specifics. Comfortable. I'm wearing this because I figured it'd draw your attention, right? And get some magic balls to get your attention and stuff. But I don't actually have to wear this. I could wear a t-shirt if I wanted to. And actually, here's the cool thing. If you guys ever search Fred North is actually a really cool pilot. He's does all the movies for the most part. So he's the guy who has done Michael Bay's movies like Transformers and most of the stuff that's going in a helicopter. He flies barefoot. So he flies barefoot so he can feel the aircraft. And so the aircraft will tell you certain things that are happening aerodynamically in the pedals and stuff. He actually flies barefoot. So that's the pilot's certificate. There's plenty of pilots out there that fly with Hawaiian t-shirts and shorts and sandals and everything else. Flight schools in Tampa. I'll have to do some research about specifics in flight schools because here's the problem with specific types of flight schools and stuff. One, most flight schools are there for money. It's a business, so they're never going to give you free lessons. They're trying to find a way to do that. They may make it a group lesson. They may do it in a way that you're basically going to pay a small part, but they're still charging you money. They may recommend like a helicopter online ground school that costs money, but the reality is you can learn everything on your own with just a book, the helicopter flying handbook, and going through YouTube and stuff. So flying a good flight school is kind of a trickier situation because if I'm recommending some flight school, I personally am recommending a flight school. I want you to understand that I would be very, very much like, I know that those people are going to treat you well, if that makes any sense, Valen. So if I recommend that school, I would want to know their instructors. And some of the instructors, most instructors, I should say, They haven't been around as long as I have. I've been, instructor for 20 years. So they don't know some of the things that are actually beneficial. And I found out that it's actually better to teach somebody the first flights at night instead of during the day. And most instructors don't even know that. So recommendations of flight schools and stuff is kind of tricky. But I would recommend that you look for flight schools and just ask for my opinion if you'd like, if that helps. Do you get paid as a pilot by hour, and how much? I'm salary for the Helicopters Inc. Thing. I am making pretty good money. The other thing that I do is my other business as far as flight instruction and stuff, and I can do some well. I'm in six figures. It's a lower six figures. I chose my job essentially because I can do the best out of it. Because you choose the things that are actually more enjoyable and you never work the day of your life, if that's the saying that goes, Mr. Rogers. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't need to make a ton of money, but I make comfortable enough to be able to be on here and do all this stuff. Material reading, the best thing is the Helicopter Flying Handbook. John, just get that. It's a PDF. You can get it for free. Start there. And then YouTube, any of those terms and those items that are actually in that book, and there's usually some good explanations. And of course my YouTube channel has some, but there's some better people that are already ahead of me, and they're just great. The handbook itself is on, the Flying Handbook is actually on Amazon, if you want to go to Amazon. But it's actually on the FAA website. If you search it in Google, Helicopter Flying Handbook PDF, you'll find it for free. Missed the answer, but how much do the flights? Oh man, you missed that answer. Average cost is about $120,000 to $170,000 for total cost for everything. But that's because the flight schools are typically charging for ground. It's the aircraft that they're choosing that changes the prices. It's not essential. It depends on also the goal that you have. If your goal is to just be a private pilot, then the cost can be a lot less. And I always recommend just starting with the private pilot and then just kind of working your hours in. Every flight hour is at flight hours. So if you get your private pilot's license, you can actually just keep current, go fly every once in a while, build your hours until you can get commercial and everything else. 9 to 5, hate it? Okay, but guess what? I had somebody who was a 9 to 5, and that's the reason I found out that he actually learned how to hover better than any other student, because he was working 9 to 5 and he got off of work and he could only fly at night, and that's how I found out that actually hovering at night is actually better. So 9 to 5 is tough. But yeah. But Valen, if you wanted to actually learn, just, I teach. We have a helicopter. You're not too old to start. It's honestly, I wish I could recommend schools. There's one recommend school that I could actually recommend is Specialized Helicopters. That's in California. So if anybody's in California, go to Specialized Aviation. They got my endorsement because I was their director of operations for Hayward for a bit. I love flying in California. You guys need to convince me to come to California to fly again if you guys are in California, because I really love flying over the Golden Gate Bridge. If you guys have seen any of my pictures, I have so many good stuff. Oh, or if you're in San Francisco area, and Watsonville and Hayward have two different cool places for flight training for Specialized Aviation. Minimum age to start is 0. No, it's not 0 because you're not going to be able to do anything, but you can start anytime. It's just the level of what you can actually do. So you have to be 16 in order to be a private pilot, and you have to be 18 in order to be a commercial pilot. So you can start at, as long as you can fly Microsoft Simulator, and as long as you can learn the stuff, you can start right now. It doesn't really actually matter. Oh, I'm glad you got the PDF. So that's actually really good. Holding on to commission for 3 months, and then after planning doing the medical. Good. Never thought about helicopters. They're just so much fun. If you get an intro ride, it's going to tell you right there if you're going to want to do it or not. And if you don't love it, that's at least you tried. Average cost, average cost to pay across the United States. It's a good question. 140,000 to or average pay, like pay for school or pay for the for pilots. Pilot side of things, yeah, I would say average cost across the United States is 92,000 for pay for pilots. And it's going up. That's the thing, because we're running out of pilots. They're actually throwing more money and stuff at people. So there's medical industry, man. They're throwing money like crazy. That's a great question, Valen. Here's what I'm going to answer. It took me 6 months. 0 all the way to a CFII, and I started working the next day. How fast you go is how fast you want to commit to it. So if you actually want to commit to this kind of thing, you could do flights constantly, and that's going to build your proficiency. It's just like learning how to drive a car. The more you drive, the actually more proficient you actually are in driving, so you can actually do it a lot quicker. I was 6 months. Most schools will tell you it's going to take 2 years to go through. That is actually not 100% true. They take 2 years because they're usually tied with a college, and then the college has got a specific timeline that they're doing, and most of the people are having the hardest time is money. I'm trying to get scholarships for people to actually do. 3D helis, I understand every piece. Yeah, it's a big pile of parts. It costs a lot. This name of the school in California is Specialized Aviation, and if you tell them Justin, the crazy guy that was in Hayward for a long time, they'll know. I won't tell my last name because honestly, we're not that close. But Specialized Aviation, it's a great school. Okay, so this is the reason why I recommend Specialized Aviation, specifically for helicopters. The owner is Chris. He is an amazing helicopter pilot who actually did like air shows for a long time in an R-22. He is probably the most incredible R-22 pilot that you could probably find, and he's just a great instructor. He and I and anybody that was basically working there was doing such a much better job at creating a better environment for learning, and then the process and everything else. Helicopter job requires you really have to have 250 hours of flight time in order to typically start working, sometimes a little less. Compared to the airline path, so an airline or an airplane pilot has to get a commercial license that is going to be essentially 250 hours of flying an airplane. It actually almost evens out with the helicopter because the helicopter only requires 150 hours to get a commercial license. The airline path in itself is hours usually doing instruction. There is a little bit faster of a path for airlines because ultimately there's a lot more people that want to fly airplanes. Everybody flies airplanes and stuff, and here I am flying freaking helicopters, or with the Zuckerbergs in the back. Somebody doesn't understand that airlines are not that cool, but anyway. There's a lot of different kind of ways to go. Are you going to get pilots on here? Just want to brag, I guess. I can get pilots on here. Bragging. Wait, okay, I'm going to... You're not going to get pilots on here. You just want to brag. I don't even need a pilot on here, Reaper. I got a pilot. The whole point I'm doing is I'm actually making it free for that pilot. His name's Bryce. So I don't care if anybody starts here. The biggest thing is I can if they want to. AZ school recommendations. There could be a couple of ones in AZ. Guidance isn't too bad. It's the instructor. The biggest thing is when you do any when you're searching for a school, you should be searching for the instructor, not the school, if that makes any sense. The maintenance could be great, but the instruction could be really bad. So you need to kind of do an interview for that. So There's a couple of schools down in Arizona. You just mumbled over my comment like whatever, wasn't done. You just blew me off. Reaper, I came over to your stream and watched you and everything. And watch you play some video games. I want to apologize. So Reaper, I want to thank Reaper publicly, because he is actually one that actually helped me to learn a little bit about the streaming, because it kind of helped me to understand some of the aspects of it. When I first got onto TikTok, because I'm brand spanking new, I started just going through the whole ether and trying to, scroll through the live, because the goal I had was live, and Reaper actually was really good. He's a very good host. He's a great guy. Don't stream, bro. I just found you. Wait, you're not the same Reaper. Wait, okay. There's another Reaper that's out there. Oh, maybe I totally got it. I apologize. There's another Reaper. All right. I'm sorry about that. What helicopter pilot jobs, minimum taken, literally the jobs that the minimum are flight instructor. Sometimes there's crop dusters. The one thing I want you to understand is become friends with people, so then you can actually get rides in helicopters that are bigger and stuff. So, yeah. Do you have a school? I have a school. It's in Arizona, or not Arizona. Excuse me. I'm in St. Louis, Missouri. I kind of get situated here because this is the headquarters for Heli Inc. There is no age limit. So instructors require you have to have a minimum of 200 hours, typically of flight time, and that's usually you have to have the specific aircraft that you're instructing in, because insurance is actually going to look at that. And then you think that's a job that requires the talking. It's kind of a good way, though, to learn, though. Talking is actually a good way to learn. So if I didn't actually explain something correctly, I would have to kind of reword it so I can actually word it that a way that can understand. So talking actually kind of helps with some of this stuff. So I want to talk about collective pitch and how the rudder keeps counterspin. So it's not a rudder. It's basically the anti-torque. The collective pitch, when you increase it, you're increasing torque. Anytime you're increasing collective pitch, you're increasing torque. And then the pedals are called anti-torque pedals. That's the full name of the anti-torque pedals. So there's an equal and opposite reaction that's occurring because of Newton's third law. And then basically you got to stop the spin with the pedals. And so you're constantly fighting torque. And if you don't fight torque with the tail rotor, you're going to spin. The tail rotor will not help you if you got like some things. Oh man, all the other job require ongoing communication with people on board. Not always. I didn't really communicate with Mark Zuckerberg. It was just a, hey, come on in, kind of thing. And I just loaded their stuff and then they just kind of go. That's usually a lot of celebrities. The best celebrity, I will tell you, the best celebrity in the entire world is Gordon Ramsay. He is awesome. He is such a great guy. He is the nicest guy on the planet. And he has a persona that he seems like a jerk and everything else like that, but he's actually the nicest guy. The cost to learn and the cost is kind of variable on things. I'm trying to get the cost down. AZ too far, I'd have to give a chance. I wish I could help. You could start with a discovery flight. It doesn't matter really that much who's doing the discovery flight, because the discovery flight is for you to actually just take controls for a little bit. Don't worry too much and stress about a discovery flight. You can do a discovery flight with anybody. If somebody can get a half hour all the time, then that's good for them. So a discovery flight is not the same as a real helicopter kind of training and stuff. When they are instructing, I just want you to tell you, Valen, make them earn your right to teach them, if that makes any sense. Make sure that they're willing to be better at their jobs than the other people that are around. Like, for instance, if they're not willing to teach you how to hover at night or something, then they're not open to another idea that there's a better way. So do the discovery flight with any school. Just go anywhere to get a discovery flight. So what do you tell them? You can tell them that you have a person that's online called Captain Justin that can approve or disapprove their ability to teach. There's certain things you can ask them. You can ask them, if you found a better way to teach, how would you incorporate that into your training? If you found a better helicopter to teach in that actually helps you with their career path, would you be willing to learn how to do that and become a better pilot and that kind of stuff? That's the thing. Like, flight instructors are, they should have patience and everything else. So, when it comes down to the flight instruction and things like that, you do have to find an instructor that actually proves their worth. Maybe I've not proven my worth, that kind of stuff. I'm trying to do my best here, but yeah, you're welcome for the information. I'd love to become a helicopter pilot, help me understand more. I'm really glad that at least I got you interested. I want you to understand too that if you're investing in becoming a helicopter pilot, don't stop with yourself. Help your family, teach your family how to fly, take them up for rides. This investment that I had as a helicopter pilot, I can teach all of my nieces and nephews how to fly helicopters, and I can teach my wife how to fly helicopters whenever I get one, but that kind of stuff. So ultimately, it's not just you that you can think about when a helicopter. And another reason that helicopters are great is that if you watch any disaster movie, helicopters are the ones flying away from the disaster. And then, basically everybody else is stuck on the ground. So I like being a helicopter pilot. San Andreas not. Height limit for how tall you are, that depends. Physical limitations to learn. So there's no limitation to learn. It's just whether or not you can get a medical to take patients, or when you can take passengers on board. How much do you get paid the first year of being a helicopter pilot? That's a grind. So when you first become a commercial pilot, usually you're going to get a CFI, hopefully at the same time. When you get your CFI, you got to get some flights going. You got to fly with the people. If you want to charge for ground, charge for your time, that kind of stuff. I've got to the point where I don't need to. But ultimately, you got to grind a little bit. It's kind of like becoming a doctor where you have a residency period. That residency period doesn't pay very well. And sometimes it's really just trying to get the experience, but you're not paying for the flights themselves. Sometimes people will have other jobs that just kind of supplement everything. But the hours that you build, they keep up. And that's how you can kind of go. In short, you got to be, how short you have to be for that type of pilot. I don't know the answer for that password. I'm not sure. Robinsons are better. The reason that Robinsons are better is because they're more common. They're more common in aircraft. And they also translate better when it comes to a Bell product. So I can take a person who's been flying Robinsons all day long and all year long, and they will be better at flying a Bell product, which is what Helicopters Inc. usually does, than a person who's been a 300 CB. Those are great helicopters. They are really good helicopters, and they're typically a little bit cheaper. But the reason that I use the 44 is I allow people to take their friends in the back while people are doing commercial training, so they can actually see some stuff. I'm doing ground training for free, if that's what you're asking. Minimum height, you got to be to a minimum. So I had somebody in California that was like 4'11", and she actually learned how to hover and fly and everything too. So there's not really a minimum height. You just have to be able to move the pedals And I had somebody who actually had to have a cushion that pushed her forward, and she had some blocks on the pedals so she could reach, or big, gigantic things to kind of move the pedals. So 90 hours flight, school oh, shoot. That's the worst experience, and that's the reason why it's so hard in this industry sometimes when you get a lot of hours and then the flight school kind of closes. What did you fly in, Cody? If I can help you, I can try to help you as much as possible. If you start flying, okay, so I got trained by somebody who was 18 years old, so just give you an idea. He was already a professional pilot at 18 years. You can do a lot with it's 4 years if you wanted to. You just have to grind. How does it affect hearing? How fast? Geez, you're asking the best questions, Funny. I'm going to try to answer some of the other questions, but Password's got some great questions. You do have hearing protection. Let me grab some headsets and stuff. So this is the typical headset, so it kind of blocks out a lot of noise. Some people will get Bose, and they have the noise cancellation and all that stuff. Is it common for a flight school to close? Unfortunately, sometimes, because the flight schools in general, they're out to make money. If they don't make the money that they're expecting, they'll just kind of close. Some people are retiring out of the flight school. They just opened the flight school just so that they could build their hours. Sometimes they don't want to do a flight instruction all the time. Some people aren't really interested in being flight instructors other than just to get the hours, and that's actually a bad thing. So student loans are the best way to do it. You can get student loans. For women, there's a lot of scholarships for women. So I would search for scholarships for women. Aviation is a community that's actually trying to help as much as possible. That's why I'm here. I've been in the industry for 20 years. I've seen a lot, and I'm really just trying to help people to kind of become better at this. The student loans will help, but you have to end up having a degree. Here's the thing with an airline. You still have to have a bachelor's degree for an airline. For a helicopter, you don't have to have a degree at all. You just do the flying. So I'm in Missouri. I'm in St. Louis. St. Louis downtown airport basically is where we're located. Sorry, John. Search those topics on chapter 2 on YouTube. There's better ways to explain. Oh man. For airlines, you need a bachelor's degree typically. For all airlines, not all airlines, for the good airlines. Here's the problem with Ballon. Be careful with the airlines because there are some bad airlines that are out there. Frontier, Spirit. There's some bad airlines. You're going to get treated like crap. You're going to be a regional pilot person. You're going to get treated like crap. You got to be very careful. You need usually a bachelor's degree. The bachelor's degree for aviation science is actually a good degree. I've got 3 degrees. Actually, I didn't need them, but I got them anyways because the military paid for it. So I got a bachelor's in aviation science. I got an associate's in aviation science. And then, oh yeah, by the way, I also graduated 4th in my class in the military. But anyway, get in contact after your hitch. Good. Okay. Yeah, come on down. We'll see. So yeah, I know. But the Frontier and Spirit, they'll hire a lot less time. It's really, you want to get good maintenance. That's the biggest thing when you're trying to get into one thing for sure. Maintenance matters with the flight school that you're going to, but the instruction and the instructor kind of matters and stuff. So you can definitely fly with me. I got a helicopter. You can go up tomorrow if you really wanted to. Just come over to St. Louis. It's an R44. If you want an intro ride, it's $299. That's the cheapest I can get just because of freaking insurance. Freaking Boeing. I gotta go, actually. I'm gonna get ready to sleep at some point. I'm pretty shape, though. I don't have to work until 9 o'clock tomorrow, so I'm actually in pretty good shape. You can fly with for a helicopter pilot, you don't need any degree at all. You have to have at least the ambition to be a helicopter pilot, to be an EMS pilot, you don't need a degree. A high school diploma is actually not actually required for it. You just it's experience. It's an FAA certificate. So the thing with the FAA and the certifications and all that kind of stuff, when you're doing tests and things like that, it's a level testing for the proficiency. As long as you're proficient, you can actually pass a check ride. You don't need any of that other stuff. You do have to pass a ground test, a written test, which is what I'm preparing people for with these lessons. But like I can actually teach you everything you need for a written test, even for an airplane kind of stuff. But the overall thing is that you don't need to have. You can get a pilot's license before you get out of high school. So R44 run on regular unleaded. It's no, it's basically 100 low lead. There are modifications for the R44 that allow you to do that, but I do not like the modification. 100 low lead is a little better. So I will probably try to get on at 6 o'clock tomorrow because I'm actually trying to get Bryce up and running. So as long as you pass the medical, even 6 years, you can learn. Yeah, it's true. You can literally keep flying until you die if you keep your medical up, or if you decide you don't want to take patients, don't take a medical anymore. So yeah, exactly. Your dad could legally fly a plane before he could a car. It is absolutely true. There are people who are very young that are flying and doing everything. I can sign somebody off to do a solo, and they don't even have a driver's license potentially. So thanks for the follow. Oh, it's late. I probably should get off. So yeah, CC or yeah, it's bad. Time zone, central zone. Yep. It's getting kind of late. Who is the oldest helicopter you know of? Okay. So the oldest helicopter pilot that I know of is getting up to about 73 or so that I know of personally. Search Chuck Aaron. I don't know how old he is actually, but he's a friend of mine a little bit. But there you can be pretty old and still do the work. The renewal is basically a check ride every 2 years to keep proficient, and then I recommend being higher. So yeah. Good if we only have a high school diploma. Yes, we can do. You don't need a degree. It's a separate thing. So it's 2 weeks old. Cool. And I've been flying since 2 weeks old. All right. We got some player in here trying to. I haven't been flying even that long. I've been flying 20 years. I wasn't 2 weeks old. If you got started flying at 2 weeks old, man. Oh, but did you take controls at 2 weeks old? Because I'm sure you've been flying. I've been flying when I was a little baby and stuff. Are you going to share the costs? Who's costing there? Your dad. That's good. So, yeah, you're just rode in a plane. My interest actually came because my uncle was a private pilot airplane, and I always thought aviation was kind of cool. I was actually studying to become a mechanical engineer, so I kind of understand math stuff, but not really good. But I didn't do well when I got my C+ in calculus 2, and I started looking at different careers, and I thought, you know what, I got to look at flying a helicopter. And I was like, this could be possible. And I looked at 2 schools. I actually looked in the military first, and they said, we're not going to guarantee you can fly. So they were like, what can you guarantee? Bang, bang, shoot, shoot. That was it. So I looked at civilian stuff. I actually get hired 200 hours, and usually 250 is kind of the better time because you can be a flight instructor, and then you can start working that way. I highly recommend that you pick the places or the kind of helicopter or an airplane that you want to learn that actually gets you the next job. 7-year-olds, Costa Rica, all by yourself? 7 years old? Holy cow. That'd be crazy. No, flying's not dangerous. It's great. I love it. I'm going to explain a little bit about why basically flying is not dangerous. Or it's not as dangerous. There's risk involved in everything that you do. But there's way more dangerous on the road. And you do that every day. If you actually knew the statistics of how many times accidents occur, or people hitting each other and all this other stuff, it's so dangerous. But we still drive. I drive every day. I hate it, but generally speaking, aviation is really, really safe. Oh, wow, that would have been an interesting thing. Man, Password Funny, I'll tell you, you are awesome because some of your questions are so good because they're very specific about like individual things. And I'm absolutely sure that most of the people in this chat have been grateful for the questions you're asking. So turbulence is just, okay, this is an ocean of air that we're in, and turbulence can happen to any aircraft. It's not necessarily that it's more or less for a helicopter versus an airplane. It just depends on where we're going. We just typically avoid, really high turbulence and stuff. I am about to end my time here, Kingdom. Fortunately, I'm going to have to get off at some point. But I'm going to try to save this and put it on to YouTube so you can kind of see it. No, your questions are awesome. The best person that actually has a chance of actually becoming a helicopter pilot or even just getting better at this industry are the ones who ask questions. If you stop asking questions, then you think you know it all, and you stop asking questions. So you're welcome for the time and knowledge. I'm glad that you're here to kind of get some stuff. I'm glad everybody's rolling out. If everybody rolls out and stuff, yeah. I like to fly helos too. I want you to be able to fly helos. If you start off with everything, get to the chopper. No, that belongs to Arnie. Get to the chopper. I don't have a schedule yet. So the reason that the schedule is not there yet, Nick, is because I'm really actually trying to just focus on Bryce right now. If this becomes more and more popular, and there's more and more people who actually want to learn, then I can try to be more consistent. But the thing that's hard is I have a lot to teach. I've only covered like a couple of hours on the specific lessons, and I do about 8 hours of lessons before somebody even gets in the aircraft. So Bryce has still got a little ways to go. I still got to talk about transverse flow effect and effective translational lift and all these kind of other things that are happening. And I haven't even got to that because I'm talking to you guys. But anyway, I don't know if I can get the schedule to be able to be worked out in a way. I am pretty much off work typically. I don't know. I'm 1 week on, 1 week off, or 7 days on, 7 days off, 10 days on, 10 days off. I make good money for working half a year, by the way. So, chapter 2. I don't actually remember what chapter it is. I haven't looked at that book in forever. All my lessons are essentially, I'm going to show you guys real quick since you guys are still here. This is how I keep track of what I'm talking about. I have my lessons on there. And if anybody actually wants them, I can send them to you and you can kind of read it. It'd actually help you if you're trying to be a CFI because you can actually steal that and use that as your lessons and stuff. I'm going to stay for a little while for Password because she's got some great stuff. So how well you got to hear in order to understand the tower that directs in the air. So you're going to have a volume that you can actually control to make that volume loud enough that you can actually hear the tower. The towers are basically like handheld radios kind of things that one person can talk at a time. So if two people talk at a time, you're going to get static. But if one person talks at a time, you'll hear them clearly and you'll understand the tower. You can actually listen to Live ATC. It's basically free website, and you can actually listen to towers and understand what they're saying. So thanks for following. I got to get going. I actually should probably get going. I do have to fly a student in the morning. You think that the people would be all that professional, but he's kind of got a little relaxed on his skills and stuff. So I got a tough one, I should say, tomorrow I got to work with. So angle of dangle perpendicular. Oh, everybody's clearing that too fast. I couldn't read that whole dangle. That's funny. Next lesson is probably gonna be tomorrow night. I'm gonna try to do lessons on. So I recommend, again, Helicopter Flying Handbook. I need to make that different. I just stuck that up. If you guys see the last feed, it was just handwritten. My handwriting was horrible and it didn't, but I'm trying to, I'm going to try to improve. Okay, recommendations. Give me some recommendations about what I can do to make this super interesting that people will be like, there's free lessons here. I want to stick around. Any recommendations? Besides being a goofball at 10 o'clock at night. I'm going to sleep in my car so I don't have to drive back. Jeez. No recommendations. Silence. That's great. Neon board. So neon board says free lessons. That may just get distracting. If I build it, they will come. That is exactly what I'm building. So I built a pilot house that's a dormitory for pilots. So I'll let you know in a little secret. So I'm getting ready to put that on the website because helicopterssuck.com is basically going to start building. My goal is to work with Elon Musk to get people ready to go to Mars because they're still going to need helicopters on Mars. But that's 20 years from now anyway. But the thing that I have right now is a house that's going to be a dormitory so people can come and learn from me, and they potentially can stay for a little bit and then jet off when they get their time or whatever, or stick around if they need to look a little bit more and train and stuff. But training can be 6 months and everything else, and then they can jet out. But nobody wants to like pay for an apartment. How much does it cost to get certified? Try just to basically give you an idea. 650 times 60. I don't know the math. My calculator's on my thing. That's for a private. That's the first certification. You can actually get it's not a certification that allows you to take, what is that? That's funny. Music bubbles, whatever. Yeah, so, but that's 60 as an average. You need 40 hours, but the average is essentially because of the likelihood that you're not going to be completely proficient. And most people, it took me, how much is a written test? I actually haven't searched that in a while. I actually don't know, John, how much the actual written test, because you do have to pay for a written test and you do have to pay for a check ride. The check ride is part of that costs essentially too, because you're probably going to have to pay for a DPE, which is a designated pilot examiner. So there are some costs that are actually in there. I'm going to get going. I think I'm probably. I appreciate the questions, everybody. Put it on the board. Most asked question. That is a great idea. Why am I on here? Helicopter pilot. We're running out of helicopter pilots. But that's a good thing. The cost, that may be an easy way to do it. But the other thing is too, I have most of my stuff on my channel as far as I probably should answer those most questions on my channel. But I think that's probably a good idea. Let's try to put that kind of stuff. But I need a board. I need to be able, this is my favorite way to teach, and I could do better different ways, but yeah, you're very welcome. Password, sorry. You did amazing with just some of the questions, because those are things that people aren't even thinking about. They're not even considering, can I fly in rain? Can I do all these kind of stuff? There's so much stuff that you were asking that were so perfect to get involved with knowledge that people don't even consider. So yeah, seriously, like the best questions, like not even like, nothing was dumb questions at all. It was something that was actually helpful to get the information out. The cost, about $39,000 average to get the starting kind of thing. It's basically 60 hours of flight time at $650 an hour. I can't keep that question going, but I got to get going. I appreciate the time, everybody. If you guys just joined, I apologize. I've been on this since 6 o'clock. So, getting to that point. I may have to put the costs on the board so I don't have to answer the question 5,000 times. I understand the question though. It's a good question. It's just the fact that it's a harder question, because if you want to fly a smaller helicopter, you could actually buy a helicopter and fly yourself. There's a guy who was in Florida who bought a small little helicopter. It's just a 1-seat helicopter. He flew around himself. Then he got another flight in another helicopter that has 2 seats, and he needed me to get them, to take a check ride, because to get a check ride, he actually needed 2 seats. There's a lot of things you can do to cut costs. That's the biggest thing. So I could say it's going to cost $1 million, but I could say I can cut it down to 10. There's different things. So it's kind of hard. So pre-type things hang on the board. It's going to look crappy because it's all going to be stuck on the board, and I already have to fix the helicopter flying handbook. I am hiring in some directions, in some ways, yes. I'm going to always be hiring some stuff. We're looking for tour pilots over the Arch, because we fly over the Arch here in St. Louis. We are looking for flight instructors. So if I teach you how to fly and you pass check rides and all that kind of stuff, you can probably start working. Here's the thing too. I'm not trying to make money and trying not to work. I get too much in taxes anyways. But the thing is, I'm trying to make it so that people have jobs as well. And so I'm trying to grow the industry in 2 different ways. I'm trying to get people interested, but I'm also trying to get the people who are new to this industry, I'm trying to give them work. I am a bell guy for Helicopters Inc., but I also fly R-44s for instruction. The reason I fly the R-44 specifically for instruction is because it's the best helicopter to do it in. The military is actually using R-66, which is the turbine version of that, and it's a great aircraft. It's a safer aircraft, it's easier, it's more stable, it's easier to actually maneuver. It auto-rotates amazing compared to an R-22 or any of the other kind of helicopters that are out there. There's better jobs. It's good stuff. What type of hours you can fly? What's the pay for tours? Unfortunately, it's not as much as I wish, but you're getting time and experience. Sometimes you get some pretty good tips, though. I had a $50 tip for a 5-minute flight one time because I talked a lot. So it was a 5-minute flight around a real estate thing, and the guy gave me $50. So I mean, you can make money in tours just because of the tips and things, and if you're good at customer service and stuff, you end up making a little extra money and stuff. Night flying need extra training. I love flying at night, and I think it's the best way to fly, so I try to treat it the same way. Helicopters I've flown. R-22, R-44, Black Hawk, TH-67, which is the military version of our Bell 206, Agusta 109 Grand, which is a fantastically crazy looking helicopter. It's beautiful, but it's a stupid helicopter. MD-500, Sikorsky 300, and Bell 206, L models, B models, and then 407. I like American helicopters a little bit more because I can get more parts, better, easier. When you're trying to fly with a helicopter that's made in Italy or wherever, you're ending up having a hard time getting parts stuff. So I'm going to get off. I appreciate everything. Stop asking questions. Have a good night. Thanks again, guys. I'll try to get on at 6 o'clock tomorrow. No, I can't do a digital whiteboard because I'm really bad at doing stuff. I do think it would help, but I think if I can just actually get some ways to show the videos and other things. My company is, well, I work for a couple different companies, but Gateway Helicopters is what I'm the chief instructor for Gateway Helicopters. That's the one that we do the flight instructing in for the low time. Helicopters Inc. is who I work for as a director of training. We're hiring at different hours than the basic stuff. We're trying to actually create a way that we can bridge it. Geez, yeah, no. Federal loans, okay, somewhat. Get to the chop. I should get off. I got to get to bed. I appreciate everybody's questions. Save the questions for later. Send me a DM. Follow the channel and everything, because honestly, you guys have been great. You guys have been helpful to ask questions. The star of the show is Password, because honestly, great, best questions on the night. Bryce didn't even ask those questions. He's not even thinking of it. Have a good night, everybody.